Peace and grand rising to the sovereign, original, indigenous, natural, divine heirs. Today is January the 28th, 2024 on the ancient moon calendar, 2024 on the ancient sun calendar, and 2024 on the Greco-Roman civil calendar. And happy solar return to my patriarch, my father, Donald James Ritchie, Islam. All rise and stand and remain standing into perpetuity and in accordance with the ancient Noahide laws as stated by this Holy Congress. This is a sovereign living ancient Article 3, Moorish American Al-Moroccan Universal Court action. We are the sovereign living justices and Ego Sum Pauline Denise Ritchie. My free chosen sovereign appellation is Light Tajiri Bay. All are in capitis diminutio nolo in red ink, in propria persona sui juris, in proprio solo, and in proprio heredes. All Moors are capit et corpus juris legalis, which is our statement that we are the lawful and legal natural head and body for our empire. All Moors are the divine, original, indigenous, sovereign, ancient, Al-Moroccan, Moorish American ascendants of the great pharaohs of Kemet and of the ancient Moabites, Canaanites, Israelites, Hamathites, Cushites, and Hittites. Our full faith and trust, our allegiance, our credit, our honor, and our energy are hereby vested in ourselves. For we are the ancient empire state for Morocco. We're the original, indigenous, ancient, sovereign Moorish National Republic federal government. We're ancient Washington District for Columbia. We're the Universal Moorish American Consulate and the Earthwide Article 3 Moorish American Consular Court. Today we are exercising and demonstrating the law by our sovereign status, which is the original indigenous natural divine sovereign ancient Article 3 living United States District for Columbia Court. And we are the sovereign fiduciaries, original creditors, executors, trustees, divine ministers, possessors, and titled trustors for all causes for action. We are peace. We are one nation, one state, one empire, and one God. We hereby recognize ourselves and accept our sovereign divine ascension. We do hereby possess in our custody all land, all natural resources, and all commerce. We, the true living God nation, are not at war. And we hereby exercise and demonstrate all eternal ancient sovereign rights at this time and at all points in time, nunc pro tunc. The principles and laws that we share are indeed the law. They are principles of stare decisis, res judicata, ancient positive supreme law for the land, long established in sovereign order. Erudite principles and processes for daily practical application to intelligently govern our vast estate every day is what our ancient ancestors have given us to share with the ancient sovereign nations, tribes, clans, states, and governments at earth. And for this, we are grateful. Islam. And at this time, we'll open the chat and the meeting so that we can commune together. Islam. And for those who choose to unmute themselves at your will, go ahead and do so. We are going to lock the meeting at this time as well. Islam. And that way, so first and foremost, we set the agenda for our congresses. Let's put that on the public record so that it is clear that we set our own agenda. We don't allow any foreign matter to come and set the agenda for us and tell us what to talk about and this and that. No, we're speaking. They're muted. They're quiet. So
I said it will be eventually. I will.
as we stated. Yes, we did see that in for the one who sent the inbox about Empress Rarebird and Noble Rod Hayes and the Noble Rod Hayes and his tribe has chosen an empress to lead their tribe, and for that we're so happy and grateful. Because they are sovereign, they can do as they will, indeed, and we will honor what they do, just as what we do is honored as well, and we know that it is Islam. So with that being stated, we do see, let us make it clear, that we do see the nations manifesting. We see the nations manifesting. And again, we are all sovereign nations and governments. The way that our nation is a nation filled with matriarch leaders. We don't have one because we all are the leader for this nation, including our sons. There are no followers in our nation. There are only leaders. That is leaders, and leaders who will be leaders at their choosing. So, yes, we did see that for the noble who inboxed about that, and we're happy for them, very happy for them. With that being stated, we do know that each one of us, and each nation and government sets the agenda for their nation, and sets the agenda for their government. So, because they have stated what they stated about Empress Rarebird, and we honor Empress Rarebird from the moment we saw her across our screens, and as we do with all empresses, we honor all empresses, all matriarchs. We honor all sons as well. And so, since they have chosen her as their leader and as their head matriarch, we will honor their choosing for them. Because see, each sovereign gets to choose.
I'll be watching.
We all get to choose. We all get to choose. Each nation and government gets to choose. We have all agreed that we all are the leaders here. We don't have any followers, so we're always happy for anyone, who declares.
I hope you got your shit packed.
Who they really are. Islam. We're happy for all who, at least they're not running around going, black and proud, etc., and all of that, quote unquote. They know who they are, and so we honor their choosing for them, Islam, as we do with all. We honor what each and every one chooses. And speaking of that, today we're going to provide a link where there are some fez-wearing Moors who say they're not sovereign. And when I saw that, I thought, well, we have to honor what they say. If they say they're not sovereign, then we must honor what they state, and then do what we do for those that are not sovereign. We cover them with our sovereign status. We cover them until they stand and declare their truth. Some don't feel that they're sovereign. They feel that they're coming onto a foreign place and connecting with foreigners, and foreigners are the head, and all of that backwards craziness, funny mirror stuff. And, so as we move forward, we're just honoring. And then by, as well, we honor our own sovereign status. Always been sovereign. We've always been the gods at earth. And there's no God beside us. That goes for each and every one of the bloodline and birthright, Islam. With that being stated, we want to share our screen. Let us share our screen. Just a moment. Islam. I can barely hear you. I hear someone saying something, but I can barely hear you.
Is that better?
Yeah, that's better. Islam.
Okay, Islam, this King L. Can I ask you a question before you get started?
Sure.
Okay, first of all, giving praise and honors to Allah, honors to the Prophet, and acknowledgement to the Congress, yourself, and all of the participants.
Thank you, Nobility.
No problem. I ran into a hiccup in the process. The request for proof of funds. The agent or the actor that is representing the corporation is fully aware of the Deliums and the functionality, but he would like to have the process that his queue requires to be met. So the request for proof of funds is something that I wasn't prepared to present to him because we had already come to an understanding that the process was complete.
Islam, the process is complete. It's just not for the one that you're dealing with. You're dealing with the wrong ones.
Islam.
You're dealing with the wrong ones. Yeah, I think your spirit probably told you that, but it's good that you're going through the process, Nobility, so that you know how to use your system. And then, as with everyone, when we're demonstrating our status and we're still coming to the fullness of the realization that the old system from the past era is not the right system and that we don't have to talk to anyone about what we're doing, when that realization really absorbs all the way into our spirit, then the ancestors will say, okay, let's let them come to the place where the research and development has met the reality. The research and development has met the reality. So, Nobility, we would love to hear what you did before you got to this place where because see, once we get to a certain place, we have to step outside of that system and do it ourselves. We have proof of funds. We got it right here in our hands. But we don't have to prove that in a fake system, because a fake system won't recognize real funds anyway. It's fake. So they know who you are. They're not calling you crazy. They're actually honoring what you say until they can't do it, until they can't honor any further. In other words, they can't go past what their supposed system says when it meets sovereignty. So it's not going to recognize. And here's the thing. The system will recognize what you're doing. Those that you're talking back and forth with, thinking that they can say yes or no, those are the ones that won't. They have to be moved out of the way because you're the sovereign and it's your system. That's something that we have known and stated early on, that we know that our system works for us. But if we keep going and asking foreign fiat systems with faces that can only go so far. And then the loopholes start manifesting over in that dead system. And it's a place for Moors to learn to know that that system, there's only so much it can do. If you showed them proof of funds, in reality, their system couldn't handle it anyway. It's too many zeros for them, not for us, not for the system, but for those who supposedly would put that in. See, if you showed them proof of funds, somebody has to enter it in to the system, and they don't have the authority to do that. Or else they would have entered proof of funds for themselves. They don't have the authority to have the system register real funds, real money. So we have to do it. Islam. I honor your demonstration, nobility.
Let me say this.
Islam.
And the brother said to me that I was making him look bad. So you are totally right. If he could have himself, he would have funded himself. That's why he's not willing to participate. He actually admitted the fact that I was making him look bad.
You're just making him look like a fraud. That's all. They don't have the authority to enter in anything, in any system, actually.
Islam, could you repeat what he said? Because I couldn't hear him. His voice is still too low. I don't know if you could repeat what he said.
Which part, nobility?
The last part where he said the brother said something about making him look bad, but that's all I got.
Yeah, he said that the brother said that he, the noble, was making whoever it was he was dealing with look bad. And it just affirmed what our noble knew in his spirit. He was just affirming what we're stating to him about. He said that if the whoever it was had the authority to put anything in the system, they would fund themselves and not him. And we can see that they don't, and this is us speaking now, we can see that they don't have anything to put in any system anywhere. That's why they're crying broke and saying, oh, shelves are going to be empty. If you have all this, whatever, shelves wouldn't be empty. They're not empty for us. So, yeah. Thank you for that, Justice King. We appreciate your demonstration. We know that you are doing all the right things. And then the system will say, okay, you've gone far enough in this system. You have to do the rest because they don't have the authority to do it. Even if you gave it to them, they don't have the authority to do it. They don't. With that being stated, there's a couple of knowings that the ancestors are making clear to us in alignment with what we're stating. Once you get to a certain point, the gods must do it for themselves. We were, in the last era, the mask that God was wearing as she moved through time and space. At this era, we are now God unmasked. In other words, we are God, and there's none beside all of us, and we're not hiding that. There's no hiding that. There's no getting around it. There's no getting over it. There's not even any getting under it. It's the truth. And this is now the time for us to continue to know that. So as you're demonstrating, when you get to a place like what our brother King just noted, where you go so far in that system that where you're learning things, that thing will eject your process out of it, because then the lords have to step up and do it for themselves. In terms of banking and entering in funds in a system and all of that, the system can do it. When the gods give commands, the system can do it. It's already done. We just have to know that it's done. Know it. Know that believe what you say. And that's really the issue that we've been seeing with Moors is, Moors, you will do all of these affidavits and then won't even believe what you say. You're the one who stated it. You must know that what you state is truth. Islam. It's unlocked. Islam. So.
Pardon. So the process that the brother may not be aware of, was that the location that you would have to send your information for notification at the Federal Reserve System, Governor's Automated Clearinghouse, subject Jerome Powell, at the 20th Street and Constitution Ave, Northwest, Washington, District of Columbia? Is that the location?
Mm-mm. That's the location for what you're thinking about. It's not for what he was saying, for what the brother was saying.
So where would he notify for proof of funds?
That's where he would notify too. However, for his demonstration, the one who was asking him for proof didn't have authority to even ask him for proof, and that's all. That's what we were really stating.
Oh.
Yeah. But yes, for proof of funds, that's one of the notification places that you stated, Empress.
So then there are others besides the 55 Water Street and to the location 55 Water Street, the office of, and to the Office of Internal Revenue?
It depends on the demonstration that you're doing. Those are two, though. Those are the main two. And then it depends on what demonstration you're doing. If you're doing a demonstration for a court that where you're the head magistrate, you would notify them also. So it depends on the demonstration that you're doing. But the demonstrations, it's important that those two be notified for proof of funds. And then we have proof of funds right in our hands.
Well, yes, that part.
You know, we have
proof of funds as well. Islam.
How come a God's going to be evicted on Thursday?
So, proof of funds is here's another, and we're going to talk about another proof of funds today, because there are several different ways that proof of funds is proven. We're gonna discuss another one today. We started talking about it in the last Congress. We shared it briefly in the last Congress. We're actually going to look at that some more today. So knowing number 2. The lack of money is the root of all evil. That's the proper translation in the Holy Scriptures of that particular scripture. The lack of money is the root of all evil. And some are not going to appreciate that scripture, but it is truth. When we are the actual bank, we're the bank. Why would the bank not have money? We're the treasury. Why would the treasury not have money? Speaking of proof.
Islam, I affirm that knowing number 2, the lack of money is the root of all evil, because when you think about all the so-called commercial crimes that was enacted, bank heists alone in the acting fraudulent system is proof that the lack of money was the root of all evil. For real. And then the embezzlement acting that was doing and the Ponzi schemes that were enacted, those are all proof of the lack of money is the root of all evil.
It really is. It really is. The lack of real money is the root of all evil.
Islam,
Empress.
I affirm also, and then looking from the other side, where the sovereigns who didn't know they were sovereign were willing to do cray-cray things.
Yeah.
In order to get money because they didn't know. They were the money. They are the money and everything. So it's all sides.
Yes.
All around.
Yes.
And if you put evil backwards, you have live or live. And that was life in the funny mirror.
Yes.
Evil was revolving. The world was revolving around that, and it all was because the money had been removed.
Yes, indeed.
Oh, listen to the Petula Clark wannabe, you stupid bitch.
You have really made some energies mad, Empress. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
So much.
You're welcome. and Empress Aisha must have made him mad too now.
Hey.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah.
That's what they say. What is it? If you're not making waves, you're not doing anything.
Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And so there it is.
Yeah. That's it. That's it. We congratulate everyone. Islam, Empress Aisha.
I'm well and doing fine, and I know that I'm the money.
Yes, you are, Empress, and you know what? You done made somebody mad about that piece.
All right now.
Wow.
It doesn't matter because I've known that forever. I've known that ever since I was a child. I just hadn't come to the fullness of the knowledge of how to use it.
Yes. We're going to show yet another way today using our liens and our bonds and all. Today, another way. We introduced it briefly in the last Congress, and we'll emphasize it today.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. We're glad to just, the energies at Earth are absolutely 100% controlled by us, not just in our favor, but controlled by us.
All right.
Islam.
Love you, Empress.
I love you too, Empress Aisha. You know that.
Thank you. Love all the Moors.
Yes, indeed. Indeed.
Peace.
That's a charge, Empress. We're charged with electricity hearing that.
All right.
Islam. Knowing number 3. The pyramids on our land prove that we were here since the time of the first soil. When soil was first made and put here, our pyramids are proof that we were here, moving the earth around according to our will. So the further you look back, you're just going to keep seeing your faces more. The further you look forward, you're going to keep seeing your faces. And the longer we stay in the moment, we're going to keep seeing our faces. And I'll say this just because it's been on my heart to say for a while. I was just waiting for the Spirit to say that this is a good time, the right time. Moors, it is absolutely time for us to severely and seriously limit the amount of time that we spend looking at funny mirror things. Okay? So even supposed videos and things, supposedly, that are by foreigners, where they're talking about the economy and the economic this, and the Fed said this, and the Fed said that, and all of this stuff. It's time to stop. It's time to just shut all of that. Don't listen to it. And we can't tell sovereigns what to do, but we can highly suggest, and that we highly suggest that Islam nobility.
I have to echo what you just stated. because while I pay attention to some things, for the most part, I have to limit my focus on things from the old funny mirror. It's good to know certain things so as to learn from our mistakes, okay? And it is that spirit that I pay attention to some things so I don't fall back into, you know, some other funny mirror tactic, okay? And to make sure that I'm not doing something that gives them a back door. That's the only thing that I'm paying attention to, is to make sure I'm not leaving any kind of back door open. I feel like I've done everything, but I just double check. I trust, but I verify that I'm on solid ground with every transaction, every part of a transaction that I'm trying to do, or working to complete, okay?
Yeah.
So as a case in point, I know a lot of people are still trying to figure out, you know, what to do with the birth certificate, what to do with this, what to do with that. And there's so many newbies out here that are just not waking up, and they're running around, and I feel for them. I've reached out and tried to help them on many occasions.
Yeah.
Okay? But I can only go so far, because the path that they're on still involves all that confusion and still believing that they can find remedy there. That's the problem. When I'm looking at it and saying, look, that there that we just walked out of is the Titanic. The one that didn't get hit by one iceberg, it got hit by 25 icebergs.
Yeah.
And it is so sinking right now. And y'all still running around trying to get a secure cabin on a ship that's been hit 52 billion times. Got so many holes that look like Swiss cheese.
It's a wrap.
So I'm like, why are you still talking about the court as if those are real courts? They're not real courts. Well, I got to go and I got to file this down at the court in the county. You ain't got to go file nothing. But they haven't caught up to that yet. So I got to stop talking to them.
Yeah.
And that's what I have to do. I got to just raise my hands and say, okay, well, go do what you do. But if you were going to do this, if I were in your shoes, this might be how I might handle that. Okay? Just to kind of help you out. Maybe you can avoid some more pitfalls. So I just want to share from that standpoint.
Yeah.
That's the only reason we're paying attention to any of that, if we do it all.
Yeah.
Islam.
Well, you know, another thing, thank you for that. The ancestors have stated to us, because we have so many Moors coming and saying, I'm doing this demonstration and this one, and I'm going down there, and I'm going to do this and this and this. The ancestors have stated to us not to discourage them from doing that demonstration, because just like Justice King said, he said, you know, he's doing his demonstration, and yes, he's talking to foreigners while doing his demonstration, but he's learning by doing that. And then when it comes time for his sovereign status to take over, his sovereign status, those foreigners will say, oh, we can't do that. Oh, we can't do that. Oh, you have to do this. You have to go down here, and you have to get permission from them, and you have to do this. That's what happens once those Moors that are demonstrating that way, once they get to a certain point, the system will boot them out. Not them, but their demonstration out. And then they'll realize that, oh, okay. But see, the subjects in the office of are not going to say to them, well, we can't do that because you're the sovereign. And only sovereigns can do that. The system will honor what the system recognizes. Our systems recognize everything we do. But if there's a third-party interloper in between there, they were there as alternating mechanisms to alter what you say and do and change it to fit their system, and then them take the benefit. So again, when Moors are doing that, we just encourage them to just keep demonstrating that you're not black, that you're the heirs. Keep demonstrating that part, and there's protection for you there as you find your way out of a dead system. Just keep going. We had to do it too. From the beginning, we had to do it. We demonstrated until we created our way out. We're saved now. We're saved. And we saved ourselves. We have complete and utter eternal salvation. Let's keep going. We've connected with our ancestors and their ancient system by our own creation, by our own words. Knowing number 4, we have saved ourselves and redeemed ourselves from poverty. Period. And you know what? We're actually going to be stating to our brothers and sisters, if you want to be saved from poverty, come this way. We can't come this way for you. We can just point and say, look what we did. Look what we did. Do what we did for you because you're sovereign for you. And again, as we've stated, we're preparing further to demonstrate the commercial value of our money. And I'm telling you, as we are preparing that presentment for you, because we really, as we're preparing that presentment to present to you the commercial viability of our money and the gold and silver, because see, people weren't even able to take gold and silver down to the quote unquote grocery store and use it. That's how you knew that was a fake, because they wouldn't accept gold and silver. Think about that. That if you couldn't take gold and silver down to the quote unquote DMV and pay a fee or whatever, or you couldn't take it to the movie theater or a restaurant and pay with gold and silver, that's how you know that thing needs to be lien, levy, bond, so that they can use real money and accept real money. And really, they're not accepting it. It's the law. But see, the lien, levy, and bond process puts the right head on the entities, the right head and body, so that gold and silver will be accepted by the system, because it's a system. We don't even need anyone else to say, yes, we accept this. No, we don't accept that. The system will do it. And when the system does it, whoever is standing there is going to say, yeah, our manager told us that we have to take that we have to accept that. So if you just give it, we'll just count it. It's a system. And it's ours. And the people that you see, because see, we're not even mad at them. The people that you see, it's like they always say, I'm just doing my job. I'm just doing what they told me to do. We're saved, and for that we're grateful. We're saved, and for that we're grateful. The meeting is unlocked. The Congress is unlocked for them, Islam. There are some notables that we want to make clear, that we want to share with you, rather. There is an empress on the land who has revealed her age as 141 years old.
Islam is young.
Yes, thank you for that. Thank you for that clarification. That is truth. She's 141 years young. And so we're putting the link in the chat. We just put the link in the chat. The link is on the screen for those who will to see her statements and what she's doing. And the reason that we believe what she's stating is because she's pushing natural remedies.
Islam.
Islam Empress.
I saw that. She's familiar to me.
Yeah. You know, I thought about you when I heard her speak about,
What
you know, yes, the knowledge, the information.
I've met her. I don't recall her name outside of the presentment there, but yes.
Yeah.
I was just like, wow.
Yeah.
She looks amazing.
She looks amazing. And of course she's wearing her turban, of course.
Of course. She would, you know, she's of the Rastafari community.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
She has some information.
Yeah. Yes. Just needs direction, as we all did do, and that's the key, really.
We're introducing. See, Dollarium is going to help her.
Yes.
It's going to assist her in seeing what she sees for herself.
Right. Yes. And removes her from.
Yes. That's yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. And that's everything. That everywhere we turn, we're seeing those who we've already secured the remedy. Yes. We are the remedy, really.
That's absolutely. We. Yes. Yes. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the ancestors have already shown us.
We.
Yeah. How to present that. It's let's keep going here.
Yeah.
It's interesting. When I saw her, there's another empress that does those type of remedies, natural remedies and things, and I got some natural remedies sent to me from a different empress, not the one in the video, but a different empress, and the natural remedies work. Oh my word, they work. Just the taking of those natural remedies made it so that you could literally feel ancient peace in your system. We've been in the previous enactment. Many of us felt a constant something that was just uneasy in the energies. Some people call it anxiety, other people call it whatever they call it. But when I took the natural remedies, that even went away. And I only had to take them a few times. That's not something where I had to continuously just,
that's the beauty of the natural. That is, there's certain bush you can, you literally feel it. Open your mouth as before it's even touched your tongue. Because it's resonance and frequency and the feeling is calling for it. So when it's in the presence, all the cells and atoms all start dancing together and receiving, and so it's absolutely true.
Empress, that happened, and some of the remedies still had the leaf in it.
Okay, and that's it, because that's the thing. It's natural. You can see the soil. You can see the source.
Yes.
Right there. You can see it.
And so as soon as it touches your tongue starts, it's almost like your tongue starts to vibrate a little bit.
It's effervescent. There's a sweetie. There used to be a sweet called Pop Rocks, and you put it in your mouth and they immediately started popping. But it's that sense, because that's all the cells are dancing. Everybody's dancing. The medicine, your being, and that's harmony. There's a joyful noise.
Yes, working together. And then some of the remedy, when you put it on your tongue changes, the temperature of your tongue changes. Either it will get warm or it will get cool, depending on the remedy.
Yeah. And that's it's about balance.
Yeah.
And the being knows, and the plant knows, the medicine knows, and once you come together, yes, it's an orchestra, it's a chorus. When everybody's doing in their proper place, proper pitch, proper rhythm, it's a dance. It's a dance of life.
Yeah. Yeah. And, you know, as I was listening to the Empress speak, she basically just talked about, like, she mentioned a heart attack and all of that stuff. Like, that's nothing. We don't deal with that. We don't deal with those things.
Was a little
You
trip.
know.
You know,
Yeah.
that's it.
Yeah. Yeah. And I absolutely know that what she was saying hit the true center, and my true center just vibrated the whole time. With one exception. There was one exception in the video where my true center was like, hold it. And that's where she said, go to the doctor, have them check you, and then whatever they say, you come back and get the remedy. You make the remedy.
Yes, and that is actually for that community in particular. That is where they're messing up. Because what's happening is they're dying by the hands of the doctors.
Yeah. Misdiagnosing because they're incompetent.
Because exactly, but they, for some reason, and I know this personally.
Oh, my husband was murdered in front of me.
You know, that fear, when that fear at a certain point creeps in and you do what you never did before.
Yeah.
So that piece is the piece. But
my husband was murdered in front of me. Oh, my God.
Oh, my. You know, but
keep going, Empress.
You know, and that's exactly it. And I'm with you on that piece. Me, if it resonates at my truth center, it is truth. For me.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
So, yeah, I absolutely affirm that. And
Empress, you have a lot of that knowledge, too.
Yeah.
Regarding the plants and things, and which plant, this plant is good for this and this plant is good for that.
I do, because
some valuable.
Years ago, you know, they told me I'd need a new liver and all of those things, and I literally walked away.
Yeah.
I have 2 little sons, and I said, well, if I fall, then we'll deal with it. But I'm not spending the next 15 years waiting for this to happen. Well, my son is 28 now. My other one is 26.
Yeah.
So that was 26 years ago. And I went to the plants. I went to the soil.
Yeah.
I also, you know, I had to change some things in my world. I walked away from the stress.
Yeah.
And the plants, they talk to me.
Yeah.
You know, they do.
And Empress, you know what? You radiate that. You just absolutely, your skin just glows. You radiate beauty in that way.
Thank you. And
Islam.
Thank you. Islam.
I mean, I have to say, you know, my sister is just something else. She is,
you know, we know that.
And when, you know, if I get a little pain or whatever, or if the children get something's out of balance or whatever, they say, Mom, can you call Auntie Shasha and ask her what should we do? What should we do? What should we? And that's how she is our doctor. She's our, you know, she's our nanny. Yeah. She's our mother woman.
Yes, indeed.
Shasha is, and her where her domicile, where she domiciles, it's another world. It's just, I mean, everywhere you look, everything is medicine, or, you know, and her knowledge of everything is just, it's just I can't wait for everyone to meet up at the Mud Palace, Africa Village, because it is just, it's another dimension. It really is. Don't bother about going to the moon. They're all selling you tickets to the moon. Go on over to Shasha's place.
Indeed.
Check it out. It's beautiful, beautiful. Paradise.
Indeed.
Love you, Nana. Thank you.
I yield. Sorry, Josh. I just have to. Because when I saw that video of the 141, I saw my sister, and I sent her a message, and I said something to the effects of, "Oh my gosh,
the frequency is her frequency."
Yeah, her frequency, like
of healing.
You know, the fact that she didn't go to doctors, she was natural. She believed in the not, necessarily. You know what I mean? That she hadn't fallen for the foolishness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She
was all about the natural.
Yeah.
And like you said at the end, when she said that bit was disappointing. But the end of the day, 141 years young.
Hello.
And looking like that, still talking, still, mind still
sharp.
Yes.
Yeah. Sharp.
It still has her teeth.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
That is the most important. Do you know how many of, and this was one of the things that I would say. So Rastafari are lions, but what is a lion without his teeth?
Yes.
Dead. And that's really the thing, one of the things. So many teeth are gone.
The good thing about that, Empress, is that we can regrow them. We can regenerate them.
We can. That's absolutely true. We can.
Yeah.
We just have to know it. And it's the mind switch again. Everything comes from there. So, yes, you're correct.
Yes.
You are correct.
Yes.
And that happens over time. It happens over time, just like with everything that's happening with us. It may take 2 or 3 years for the teeth to regenerate, but they will.
That's it.
And that's with, a particular diet, not diet, particular nutrition.
Nourishment.
Nourishment is what causes the bones to regenerate and grow back. Islam, Empress Sabina, I believe, was about to say something.
Yeah, and you kind of touched on it in your last statement. Yeah, your teeth are an extension of your bones. So if your teeth are weak and brittle, that means you need to refocus your attention and your nutrition level to strengthen your bones. I know vitamin D is pretty good, and avocado is pretty good to help build those areas up as well.
Islam, thank you for that, Empress, that wisdom as well. And as you were stating that, Empress Sabina, I was also knowing in my knower that that the bones are made of the same thing that the hair is made of. So if our hair can grow back, our bones can grow back too.
Islam,
Empress.
This is Chitali from the Kingdom of California. My heiress was just telling me that she had her teeth checked, and the dentist said she doesn't have any cavities, and she did. And there was 2 things that she said, but I didn't check her mouth to verify. But she said it. She doesn't have a reason to lie, but but I know she does a lot of fasting and a lot of change in her diet. And so, for her to say that, hey, I don't have any cavities, and I did, it does happen. In my lifetime, I was able to know somebody who actually regenerated their teeth. So, it's true.
It's made of keratin. They always talk about keratin and collagen and all of these things. That's all throughout our body. So if we can grow teeth, we can grow hair, and we can grow bones and all of that. I had a cracked tooth back in the back that hadn't been cracked for years. It healed a long time ago, and I don't have any cavities at all, and I'm 55. None. Wow. No fillings, none. In terms of cavities and things, I don't have any of those.
Excuse me, Empress. I wanted to ask you also. Empress, she's trying to get in.
Islam.
On my call. Thank you.
Islam. I'll just share, if I may, a quick dentist story.
Please.
So, you know, it's been years since it's been 20 years since I've been to a 20 plus years since I've been to a doctor, but it's also been many, many years since I've been to a dentist. And when I was first here, and before I got my divorce went through and everything, I had insurance, and I remember going back up to the mainland, Patrick saying to me, go to the dentist, you know, get your last before the insurance packs up and everything else. And I went to the dentist, and I hadn't been to the dentist for probably at that point 3 years. And when I went to the dentist, the little dentist is like, oh, wow. He starts, you know, looking, and they would do back then, I haven't been for donkeys, they had a computer and they'd enter these numbers, measure your gums or something, and enter numbers on the screen. So he goes into my mouth, and he's busy having to make all these changes on the computer. And he says to me, oh, yeah, you know, you're in Jamaica and everything. Oh, you must have a fabulous dentist there. And I said to him, no, I haven't been to a dentist in 3 years. He nearly fell over. Because every single thing he had to change to increase. And, you know, so you'd go to the dentist every 6 months for your cleaning or whatever. And he was just blown away. And it literally was change of location, space, frequency, nourishment, everything. Yeah. And that right there was proof. He could not. He was still, I'm sure he still doesn't believe that I didn't ever go to the dentist. But, yeah, so I yield now. But, yes, that's absolutely the truth.
Well, they can look in the system and see that you've not, you know, they can look in their system and see if you use the insurance to go or not. They can look, and they know it's true. They know we don't need that type of, you know, thing. Islam, Empress.
In reference to the teeth and taking care of our teeth naturally.
Is that why Phoenix and Pauline are missing a tooth?
Go ahead, Empress.
Yes. We know that the commercial toothpaste that's out there has fluoride.
Phoenix and Pauline both are missing teeth. They look like fucking
Empress, okay.
Yeah. And it breaks down the enamel on the teeth and everything like that. So we got some information from someone that we're close with, and they suggested that we use coconut oil. So that's what we have been using, and it works well. You know, no odor, no odor or anything of that nature, and it cleans the teeth well. We also have some cavities. And so since we have stopped using the toothpaste and started using the coconut oil, we don't have any toothaches. We don't have anything of that nature as it relates to our gums and the taking care of our teeth and everything like that. Islam.
Thank you for that, Empress. Anything natural. You can use coconut oil. You can use sea salt, because, you know, we used to brush our teeth with baking soda back in the day and all of that. Justice Earl, Islam.
Okay, coconut oil, I certainly concur. It's also good for pulling.
Yeah.
I think some of us probably know about pulling. You swish it around in there about 15 minutes continuously and gently, and it loosens up any of the kind of impurities that are around, and somewhat inside of the gum area in the mouth. That certainly helps the accumulation of junky stuff that we've can accumulate through the years.
Yeah.
Islam.
I've noticed that with the sea salt, it just causes plaque to melt off of your teeth. It causes it to turn to water almost and just melt off your teeth.
Islam.
But it does that with anything that it comes in contact with, you know. Islam, Empress.
I'm not sure if anyone had mentioned, but also activated charcoal helps as well, and it also helps brighten your teeth. So just wanted to mention that if someone didn't mention that. Islam.
No one mentioned it, Empress, except you, and thank you for that, because it is very important to hear that one as well. That's a good one too, charcoal.
And
I concur.
You can coconut shell. If you burn that, it is the perfect charcoal. Also, you can make your own. Yeah. Neem is another one, excellent for teeth and other things.
Castor oil.
Castor oil. I make that actually.
Yes, Empress, and see, that's the thing about what you just stated there. The ancestors were holding our commerce back for this time.
Yeah.
Because see, with the remedies and things that we all have, we could have been millionaires easily, but that system was not for natural things. Our system, our money system, is for natural things.
I absolutely can relate to that. I just know that's I've been preparing for now.
Yes.
Yes.
That's what this is all about, is preparing for the wealth that's already here. It's in our hands. We have it already. That other system it can't measure, and it can't hold that much wealth.
Yep.
And I've also noticed Islam, Empress.
I just wanted to add, a friend of mine introduced me to something called MSM. And what it is the sulfur that comes out of the earth? Somebody found a way to take that awful egg smell and taste out of it, and they bottled it. And I've used it for my skin interruptions. I've used it for my gums. I've used it to soak in the tub, and it's been very helpful to me because, when I was young, my grandmother would give us a dose of sulfur before we went back to school. So when I found out about MSM, I tried it, and it doesn't dissolve well in my skin product, but I keep putting it there anyway. I just wanted to add as well.
Empress, thank you so much for that, because that sulfur is the reason why I use medicated Selsun Blue on my skin, because of the, I believe it has some lab created sulfur maybe, or it may have a little bit of actual true sulfur in it. And then sulfur 8 hair grease, I use it on my skin. Sulfur is the Empress that spoke about that. You said MSM?
Yes, MSM. It's a powder. It's sulfur that they have taken that egg smell out of. So it's a powder. It's a white powder. And I buy it as MSM. And it's really helped me with my gum problems. It's helped with the skin stuff. And, every time I feel like I have enough cash, I go out and I buy 2 or 3 bottles to just soak in for a while. Mm-hmm. Because, I'm from the tropics, right? I don't have any sulfur here in Canada. So I got to create my sulfur bath where I could get it.
Well, I just think that if we do a little research, we can find the natural sulfurs at our territories, because sulfur is naturally occurring. It's naturally occurring just like oxygen, hydrogen, and everything else. That's everywhere.
Yes.
And so you just have to do a little research, to find it, if you will, to do that.
It is, yes. But in November, I became a sovereign, and my big plan is to go to the tropics and soak.
Yes.
Big plan.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Empress. Let me say this about that too, Heirs. The natural parks like Yellowstone Natural Park and the Grand Canyon and different places like that, they literally
National Park.
We have them at all territories. At all territories have natural parks that have natural elements and minerals and things like that, where we could go there and get those things, whatever it is, no matter what it is. Like Yellowstone has water there that's so alkaline that you can get in the water, but it's extremely alkaline. So you really have to have gone through the process of making your body more alkaline before you indulge in those types of things. The water is yellow and blue and green, and it's really all these different colors. It's very beautiful. I think it's called the Grand Prismatic Lake there at Yellowstone National Park. But all the parks have something like that, where we can go. I went to a park right down the way here. One of the parks I go in, and it's called Saltwater State Park. That's where I go and get the water to make the salt that I use in my everyday everything. Other state parks have sulfur springs or hot springs, like Empress J said, things of that nature. All of the natural, that's why they're called national preserves and national parks and things of that nature. State parks as well. All of them have some natural resources there that we use to continue to move in the area of immortality, because those things over time, they make it so that our bodies don't break down, but that we reverse the aging process. Now, everybody knows that already. Everybody knows that about these bodies.
Thank you.
Everybody knows that. That's why when I hear people talking about, their age and, oh, I'm 72, 73, I'm thinking to myself, okay, so you're 32. So what are you saying?
I'm with you there. Yeah.
In Moorish years, already naturally young, and because all it takes is just a simple change in just what you're consuming. One change, and the one main change that we encourage is drink more water, because we, in the last era, many did not drink enough water, and the ones that did drink enough water, you can tell. So with that being stated, we can, yes, regenerate parts. So, for example, empresses, if you've had a hysterectomy in that last era, you can regrow a womb. That's what Sarah did in the Biblios. Let us make that clear. All she did was change some things in her diet over the years, from the time she got the prophecy that Sarah, who was who was matrimonied with Abraham, she had a prophecy given to her that she was going to birth an heir, and it took years. It took 25 years, and when she turned 99 or 90, I believe 90, she was somewhere around there, 80 or 90 years old when she birthed Isaac. All she did was take some natural remedies over the years, and everything healed. And then she was able to get pregnant.
Islam,
Empress.
Okay, so I'm going to mention a couple of things. There's this one book that's entitled The Hidden Science of Melanin.
Yes.
That's a pretty good book to explore. And there's another young man that I follow a bit, and he promotes, because he basically is saying that there's stem cells that's flushed off from us, from our bodies on a daily basis. But he promotes what he calls urine therapy. I know, because he showed us like a video of his mother before she got introduced to it, and then he showed us videos after, and it's like a 360. It's like she regressed in age. And so, what he was basically saying is that the stem cells rejuvenate and help, other cells grow. And then as far as getting pregnant, I know in like Nigeria and I know in Jamaica, if you get with one of them really knowledgeable herbalists, they have herbs wherein basically, you could be a granny, multiple times over. And I guess if you consume that herb in a tea form or whatever, basically, you'll be producing.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yep. They call it unblocking the tube.
Yes.
There's a few of them, yes, particularly. One called dog blood, actually. Horrid name, of course, but yeah, absolutely the truth. Absolutely.
Wow. Everyone has known that about us. Everyone has known that when you say things like high blood pressure and diabetes and this runs in the family and all of that stuff, nothing runs in the family except these everlasting cells. Each and every one of our cells is a stem cell. Every one of them, each and every one, is a stem cell. A stem cell meaning that if you separate one cell from us and you cultivate it, it will grow into a whole full being.
That, in fact, is what they were using to do the cloning and things.
Yes.
That's what they were using.
Yes.
That's all they need. One.
Yes. And see, the difference between us and modern ones is that we don't. Our cells don't copy. They're not copies of one another. Each cell is an original. It's not a copy.
It's like a hologram. A hologram is a multiplication of one of the same cell.
Yeah.
Well, not each cell stands on its own, but it all comes together. So that's if I make it clear now. But yeah, exactly.
See, with cloning, a clone is a copy, and whenever you copy something, it's going to lose just a little bit of what the original had. It's going to lose a little bit of but even when our heirs are born, they haven't lost not a single thing in the bloodline and birthright. All the cells are originals of ours, not copies. And
that's why they come immediately with the injections and all these types of things to change that. And
they can only change it temporarily because
it's a detour. That's it, because we can switch it right back.
We can switch it right back. And that's called regeneration. And aeration. We're very powerful. And that's why we've existed for trillions and trillions and millions and trillions of trillions and millions and trillions of years into perpetuity. We don't die, we multiply.
That's the song. Yep, that's it.
Yeah. So with that being stated, the reason that these topics are coming up in our Congress is because those things are starting to manifest. These types of our science is not it's not McDonald's science. It is not McDonald's science. I can't even say that it's not instant, because it is instant. It starts immediately. It starts immediately to work on us. The moment we make whatever change we make, especially when the change is made in the spirit realm, it's already done. In the natural, we just walk it out, basically. Really. And that's the thing about what we've stated and demonstrated regarding our financial system. Islam, Empress. Empress Cynthia.
I didn't mean
Islam.
to open that.
Oh, okay. Islam.
Islam.
Islam, Empress.
I'm going to take that as a cue from the ancestors.
Yes.
I recently had an experience with natural medicine. My consort, he started having these extreme acute headaches, and we couldn't figure out what was going on. So it got to the point of we don't go to doctors. We natural medicine all the way. But it got to the point where he was losing his memory. He couldn't remember anything, stumbling around. It was pretty severe. So I kind of got scared, and that it was over my head what he was going through. So I took him to their facility, to the emergency room. Well, after sitting there for 6 hours, and he was never seen, and he was getting worse and worse, the ancestors said to me, "Take him home and apply what you know." And I did. And even to get him there was traumatic because I live, in the hills, so it's windy roads. It was an hour away, then it was an hour back home, and so I get him home, and I start getting messages from the ancestors, and I did everything all the knowledge I knew, I just started applying it. Within a couple of hours, he was back.
Yes.
And he just improved. After that, he continuously improved.
Yes.
And he got better. And it taught me to trust myself, trust the ancestors, and everything that I've learned. Natural medicine is we used to say back in the 60s, out of sight.
Yes.
Islam.
Yes, it is. Thank you for that, Empress. I had an event similar to that with my consort, and this was before my consort. At one point, because of the last era, he was afraid. Not afraid. He was just like, I'm not taking any sea salt because of blood pressure. No. He had an event here, and we were.
Aisha is being evicted in this era. What's the problem?
And I put the sea salt in his mouth, and almost instantly the color came back into his face, and he was like,
"Where's your sea salt factory, Pauline? We were going to have mass production."
He was like, "Wow, that's weird," And I was like, "You didn't see how you looked before because the color went."
You're a fucking fraud, and you're responsible for.
The color had gone out of his face and everything, and then when we put the sea salt in his mouth, it's like he just shook his head and came back to normal, just amazing. He was apprehensive about the salt because of what in the last era what they told people who first they would diagnose high blood pressure, and then they would say move away from the salt. Well, that's not real salt that they were making in the last era. It's not real salt. It's actually glass, and it's cutting going down the system. So of course you're going to have injury and things of that nature. So just one moment. Islam, Empress.
The salt, it was the residue after they'd depleted the natural salt, a lot of it, and then they would fill it back with glass and all kinds of nonsense. So of course,
yeah.
One of the other things I want to share about salt is cleansing, purifying, all of those things, but it's also it's protection.
Yes.
Spiritually also, salt is something, if there's negative energy or just in your space or around, you can sprinkle salt around your doorways and your windows, and and those types of things, or when you mop your floor or wash your walls, you can use salt in the water, and that helps to remove, just like smudging, a different form, but it's very, very powerful, very powerful.
They used to say that if you think you have bad luck, throw some salt over your shoulder.
That's right. And that's exactly it. Don't spill salt, because they say if you spill salt, you've just brought sort of crosses in. But and if you do spill it, again, just like you stated, throw it over your shoulder. And
Yeah.
so yeah, salt is very, very, very powerful.
Yeah,
That's
it is.
why they messed with it, actually, because it was one of our tools.
Yeah.
Islam.
Islam, Empress.
Yeah, just like Miss Empress Sasha was saying, I had encounters with a natural herbalist, a naturopathic doctor. His name was Dr. Paul Goss, and he was based in California and Arizona and South Carolina. But he had written a book. I don't remember the title of the book at this moment, but I remember in that book I read where he had written that in conjunction to what was already said, there's also this residue that comes from when they refine oil, and there's this particular residue that it's very toxic, and if they, wherever you put it, it would, if you was to dump it in the earth somewhere, it would make that earth very toxic. If you dump it in the water, it would make it also toxic. So what they have done, in those lovely snack machines that they have all over, that you get either salty or sweet products, that's, and all the salt, the table, they call it table salt. That's a combination of probably all that you have mentioned, plus that residue. So they get rid of it within our bodies, and that's what causes us to, become ill by consuming that so-called salt.
Yeah. I'm going to put a link. Thank you for that, Empress. I'm going to put a link in the chat to a book called The Zodiac and the Salts of Salvation. We hereby restate this, and we've stated that earlier, because it's our science. It just needs to be cleaned up. This information needs to be cleaned up. However, the salts work with our bodies to, and we won't spend any more time on this part, but the salts work with our bodies to cleanse flesh. That's what salt does. If you put it on meat of any kind, it will clean the bacteria and any other pathogens and things of that nature from the meat. It does the same thing with our flesh. And so different types of salt, because salt, it's called salt, but it's really minerals. The sea salt that we use and that we produce and generate here is it tastes salty. However, it's salty tasting minerals. And if you have a lot of cravings and you take sea salt, you'll stop craving whatever it is you're craving. Because cravings come from something that's missing in the diet, in the nutrition. And when you take even if it's sweets, you'll stop craving those things when you take the sea salt. Islam nobility.
So can I order some sea salt from you? I gotta deal with these sugar cravings, so I need some sea salt apparently.
Yes. So in a few weeks, the presentment where we're going to be introducing our commerce, you'll be able to get it through that mechanism. With more, because we don't, as you know, we don't accept fiat, so it's going to be Moorish Sovereign Dollarium for the sea salt also.
Okay.
Yeah. Islam.
How much do you get volume-wise, like in a package, I guess, is what I'm trying to ask. Like how many, is it a certain amount of ounces?
Yeah, they will come in different sizes.
Okay.
Yeah, they'll come in different sizes. Large sizes, medium, small, depending on what's going on, even industrial sizes.
You know, I had a brother that was a mentor. He's still around, but you know, he suffered a stroke while I was locked up, and I haven't been able to catch back up with him. But he was very knowledgeable about these salts, and he he talked about them quite a bit, and as well as how the body can heal itself. He was working at Johns Hopkins for a number of years, you know, as an aide or whatever he was doing there, and he personally helped at least 7 different people with stage 4 cancer.
Yeah.
You know, after they basically told him to go home and just die. And, you know, he worked with 7 different patients and brought them back.
Yeah.
100% reverse on all 7 of them. Because, you know, he's a, you know, natural healer and herbalist and so forth. And one of the things he talks about a lot was the different salts that the body needed.
Yes.
And I don't know if that has something to do with the zodiac, you know, sign as well, but because he understood that as well. But he was saying that, you know, our body needs a lot more salts and minerals than we recognize. We don't even know half of them. So I was learning that back then. So I'm glad that we, you know, just touched on that subject today. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Islam. The thing about that, the salts and our remedies is that according to natural law, you cannot practice our remedies in a fiat system because it's adverse. Those are adverse to each other. And so even with, you know, for example, Dr. Sebi and the things that Dr. Sebi was doing, that system, you cannot practice those things because it's called practice in those systems, but when the real comes, you can't do it in that system. It has to be done outside of that system. That system is made for actors, not the real, not the Israelites. It's made for actors. Islam. And so that system starts to work against those who more. We cannot be ourselves in an old system from a previous era. Islam, Justice Kansu.
Islam to all Moors.
Islam.
Have you found out how to do the packaging for here in England for getting the sea salt?
Oh, you know, Justice Kansu, we will demonstrate. We have no problem demonstrating that. No problem demonstrating it. The process is according to how we write the process, just like we did with the mailing, with the mailing around here. That demonstration that we videoed and shared with everyone. We would write the process for getting things there too. Right now, what we're doing is putting our commercial or merchant process on the record. Now that our money system is working, we're putting our commercial process on the record. And then we'll be sending things all over the place, all over the earth.
Islam.
Just a moment. Go ahead, Justice Constable.
I do want some the soul. I just wait till it's in process.
Islam.
Islam.
We will ensure that you get some of the first packaging that goes out. We've already sent 1 or 2 out different places to test the system, and it worked. Empress Aisha was one where we sent some salt to her using our mailing process, and it went on straight to her without delay. So we'll do the same thing when the time comes, Justice Kansu. Our focus right now is our commercial system and introducing it to Congress. And then from there, this Congress will be tailoring the commerce and, agreeing on how best to implement all of that. It's already started. I remember a time when, even when we were young, when we were children, that when we would go outside and play, our sweat tasted salty and things like that. And after a while, that went away. When we became adults, a lot of that went away because we lost the natural salt in our bodies, and so we have to replace it. Yeah. So Justice Kansu, we're constantly thinking about all of that, how to get it to the many different places on the estate as well. Islam, Justice Earl.
Just a small testimonial. Back probably 4 or 5 years ago, I had one of those very extremely hot days, but I was literally out there working, cutting grass and trimming and just going through the whole day. And so not being a bit desensitized to how I was releasing fluids from my body, I returned home, got comfortable after cleaning myself up, and before I know it, I had an excessive amount of pain, we call cramps, from the upper body all the way down my legs, literally. And so I suddenly remembered that I had some organic salt.
Yeah.
In this case, it was Himalayan salt. And so I drugged myself to the kitchen. Put it in some water, about a good cup of water, probably a teaspoon. Within 5 minutes, the cramps went away. 5 minutes. So, say the least, I kind of spent the rest of the day resting with my feet up.
Yeah. Listen, our bodies and that salt piece right there, and we literally have miles and miles and miles and miles of salt just sitting. Google the salt flats in Utah. People who want to race vehicles at over 100 miles per hour go out there and they race vehicles for miles and miles and miles on nothing but salt. And all of that is for us to heal ourselves with. We have so much salt. Islam.
I just wanted to mention that sea salt has 80,000 trace minerals. And if we're not getting that from the other salt, it makes sense that everyone starts to feel well, almost immediately after taking it. Islam.
Yes. I mean, really, when I saw my consort, and from that day that I had where my consort wasn't feeling well, and I put the salt in his mouth, he started sneaking it. At first, he didn't want me to know he was getting it, but I know my salt supplies, and now he uses it, because it works. 80,000, Empress. Thank you for that information, because we had not done we knew that it was minerals, but 80,000.
And I believe that's why people are breaking down, because we've been discouraged from taking salt, the real salt, sea salt. Islam.
Yes. I just realized when the ancestors said, go down here and get the water and boil it down, and it takes hours, like 6 and 7 hours, to boil the salt down, boil the water down to where the salt minerals are there. It's so worth it. It is absolutely worth it. So if those, and everyone does, don't let anybody fool you, at every territory there is a body of water that's salty, at your territory somewhere where you can go and pull the salt water and just boil it down. It takes a while. It takes 6 or 7 hours in some cases to boil it down to get the salt, and you don't need a whole lot of the salt. You need just enough to take it. Nothing like it. Islam, Empress.
I was using salt prior to getting the salt from you.
Mm-hmm.
Anytime I felt a cold, sneezing or something coming on, throat scratchy, whatever, I would get me about a teaspoon of salt and put it in my mouth and drink some water behind it, and it just gets rid of the illness. Whatever is trying to attack you, it gets rid of it. And I think it's meant to purify the body.
Yes.
Anyway, it's a purification. The scripture says that we're the salt of the earth.
Yes.
And I remember when I was growing up as a child, my grandfather used to, even with his animals and stuff, he always put salt out there for them to lick.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm glad you said that about the animals licking the salt, because, see, when we think about, like, some people don't eat meat, but when we did eat meat, it was from clean animals.
Right.
And animals that did take salt in their foods, or they would lick salt to keep, because it purifies their flesh just like it purifies ours.
Right. So there's a lot of benefit in it. It's more than what I know that's in there, I know.
Yes.
And maybe sometime I did print out one of those element charts, because I need to go back and, kind of refresh myself on the benefit of all the elements.
Yes. Empress J said salt helps retain water. That is, and in reality, now this is something that the ancestors told us a while ago, that the majority of people in the last era got sick because they did not filter their bodies. In other words, they didn't drink enough water to filter things through. And as long as you keep things filtering through, you won't get sick. Because remember, our grandparents and great-grandparents used to give us castor oil to help us go to the bathroom every day and keep filtering things through. And salt helps retain water.
Okay.
And
I'm sure it's a purifier too.
Oh, yes. Of course it is, because when even if you put it on a piece of meat, it'll keep it from rotting and decaying.
It sure does. That's what they use to cure bacon.
Yes.
Stuff like that. My grandfather used to have this smokehouse that he would hang his meat up on, and there were certain chemicals he would put on it and burn a slow fire under until it cured itself.
Yes. And they use the word cured for a reason.
Yeah.
That really meant cured.
Right.
Yeah. And back in the Roman days, the Roman military used to accept salt for their salary. Empress Shasha put that salt, and actually the word salary comes from the word salt. And when you look up the word salary in the dictionary, in an older dictionary, it will say salt.
All right now.
Yep, sure will. It sure will. They used to use salt for their pay, and that's where the word salary came from. Is the Roman armies used salt for pay.
And I believe also I have seen through some of my studies that interest is we're really supposed to get interest too, in a form of payment.
Yeah.
A form of salary, so to speak.
Yes. A salary would be our interest in what we're doing, in terms of, for example, when we start getting the salt out there and accepting the gold and the silver and the Moorish Sovereign Dollarium for the salt, a salary is the interest in the amount of commerce. That's why CEOs got paid so much. They were mimicking our interest in the profit that we brought in.
Okay. Wow.
So interest doesn't mean what it meant in the last era, because in Islamic banking there is no outside interest. In other words, there's no foreign interest in what we're doing.
Right.
Yeah. But the interest and the salary.
That too. Maybe we all want to look at that Islamic money system, because it does function a bit different than their system did.
Yes, and the Islamic money system, even in the last era, the Islamic money system stayed separate from, sort of, not really, because they still had fiat running through there. But the way they did things was different from fractional reserve banking.
Right.
That nature. Yeah.
Islam. I finally got to watch The Great Taking.
I did.
My mom. Wow.
Yes. It's that time, Empress. It's our time with that Great Taking piece. In a good way, not in a greedy way. What did you think of it, Empress J?
I think that I saw, an actor, a previous actor, the white guy that was on there. I saw all the truth spilling out of him, and it blew my mind, because I was like, man, I've been seeing it, and everything that you've been saying is true.
Yeah.
I saw it coming alive out of him. He just was pouring it out. I was like, poor man, he just been so weighed down. But I see it now. I see it coming. I know where I'm supposed to be.
Yes, Empress. Yes. Yes. We're just grateful that others can see it now too, because it's quite I won't say a burden, but I will say a weight to carry when you can see that coming and others and the majority cannot. And you know that it's incumbent upon you to be one of many who bring it forth, in terms of making others aware of it until they can see. And so we're just so grateful to hear that we see now.
Islam. And now I know why we felt deprived of a lot of things, but we really weren't. We were being protected.
Yes. Yes.
Being protected and being prepared.
Yes.
I yield.
Empress, we were being protected from being quote unquote millionaires in a debt system. The ancestors were literally protecting us, even though we were smart enough to be millionaires in that system. But it would have been harder to come out of it, if at all possible. And something that the ancestors showed us a couple of years back is that, we would see Moors who knew they were Moors setting up businesses and things of that nature, knowing they're Moors, but setting up systems where they're like, we're going to make a lot of fiat when we do this. We're going to sell Moorish this, that, and the third. And they were accepting fiat for the Moorish things. We knew it wasn't going to work. But it was not our job to tell them that. It won't work in that way. Their businesses will prosper, but they will prosper when they use real money to do Moorish commerce. We saw Moors setting businesses up, and they were wondering how come Moors weren't just flocking to their business with the fiat. We were not going to tell them that, well, it can't work in a fiat system, because even if you try and tell them, they would have said, oh, you're just saying that because you're jealous or whatever, or you just don't want to see us succeed. No, that's not it either. That's not it either. So we just didn't say anything. The ancestors didn't lead us to say anything. The ancestors said, let us show them that they got the right idea with the business, with the with being their own employer or boss. That's the right idea. But now it has to be brought into the right system so that they can prosper, unencumbered. We've even seen people on YouTube. They're talking all the right things in terms of Moorish science, but they keep expecting Moors who know that the fiat system is done and finished. They keep expecting Moors to come to their rescue and save their platform with a bunch of fiat. And it's just that fiat system is done. It's finished. And so the ancestors are having us to just it's not our job to tell them. They already know. Our responsibility is to continue to flourish for our own system. That's our job. That's our job. It's not to go around and preach to everyone that fiat is what it is, fake, and it's, yeah, it is fake. No, it's not going to continue. But the system will do that. The system will do that. We don't have to tell people that who are doing Moorish things and attempting to build businesses based on Moorishness because they know the Moorish science and they know everyone is waking up and they want to be the first to get out there and have all the products and things for Moorish commerce. Nothing wrong with that. In fact, it should be that way. But the fiat system is not the way to grow your business. It's going to always be gold, silver, and Moorish Sovereign Dollarium to do that.
Islam,
Empress.
I started to look at the debt note, and the definition of debt as far as scriptures is concerned is sin, and sin is transgression of the law. And so, when we in church, when we were saying we were born in sin, we're born into a debt system. And so for us to be Allah, we have to get away from the fiat because it's debt. If we don't want to perpetuate somebody's debt, we want to come out of the debt system and we want to be lawful. We don't want to be transgressors. Islam.
That's called getting saved. That's called getting saved, and that's what they call speaking in tongues. Is when you start saying your impropria persona, sui juris, improprio solo, and improprio heredes. Come on now.
Islam.
Empress, we're gonna have to meet and talk about and have that good laugh conversation.
Yeah.
It's because there's duality there. Everything they said in the church is true over here.
Yes.
Islam. So our responsibility is just to continue to grow our system, our money, our merchant system, our banking, our commerce, and the way we do things. It's our job is not to try and point fingers and that fiat system is not real. Why are you perpetuating that? That's not our energy is not for that. Because those that are doing that already know that they're starving. They're literally being deprived while they're doing that. We'll actually show a prime example. We're going to put a link in the chat in just a little bit. This is the link that we're going to put in there to show, some that are sending out signals that they're being deprived and they're still trying to do the fiat piece. And again, this video that we're linking in the chat, let us just say this about the video. First, we are not going to say the name of the fez wearer, and that's what we will state. We will state that they are a fez wearer because they do have a fez on in this video here. We love them. That's the first thing we're going to say, because that is still our brother. Still our brother, and but in the video that we put in the link, and thank you for allowing us to share these video links with the Congress. This one we may not put the link to it under the video on YouTube. You would have to actually attend Congress to get that link. But in this particular video, there's someone wearing a fez, and they are stating that even though they're saying that they're Moors, they are what we call capitulating. They're denying their sovereignty and capitulating. And in the video, they absolutely solicit for fiat in the video. In the same video where they're denying their sovereign status. They're saying Moors are not sovereign, that's a scheme. And again, we love them. We love them. We'll just continue to demonstrate our sovereignty. We're not going to argue with anyone about it, because it's not up for debate. Not up for debate. It's not on the table. Our sovereignty is eternal. Sometimes people say, oh, Moors are not sovereign citizens. We're not sovereign citizens because we're not citizens. We're sovereigns. Period. But here's the thing, and this is our point with putting this video up, or putting the link to the video here in the chat. Even though there was someone wearing a fez stating that they're not sovereign, they specifically said, no, we're not sovereign. That's what they said in the video. And they said, but if quote unquote white people want to come and they want to pay and put $5 in or whatever to hear what we have to say, we'll do that too. And then they even noted that Prophet Noble Ali said we need finance and we need it bad. Well, our prophet was saying create your own. He wasn't saying we need anything from anybody outside of our nation. Because why would he talk about nationality and then expect someone else's money, quote unquote, to be the basis for our prosperity? That is an oxymoron. Islam.
One of the biggest issues that Prophet Noble Ali stressed over and over as an imperative for us to handle internally amongst ourselves is the solution to the Negro problem. Okay? When you read the book that was written, The Exhuming of a Nation, Noble Ali, The Exhuming of a Nation, and you'll see that every time Taj gets and Dr. G gets on House of Reawakening Minds, you'll see Reawakening Minds. You'll see that book displayed prominently behind them. The Exhuming of a Nation. There's a reason why he left that book there all the time. When I finally ordered it, that is at the crux of what all the nations around the world are waiting for us to deal with, the Negro problem. Because for those who believe that that's who they are, outside of their nationality, they don't know who they are, and that creates a problem around the world. And that's something that only we can deal with here by first finding out and understanding, studying ourselves, knowing who we are, knowing what that gives us entitlement to, rights to our land, and the right to be self-governed, and all the rest of that, that they quantify over in the UN, but we didn't need them to quantify it for us. That was a God-given right that we've always had, the right to be self-governing, and that's what we're doing. So for them to be labeling us as sovereign citizens and everything else, no, okay, because they're using it in a derogatory term. That's an oxymoron, as you've already stated. So The Negro problem is what must be dealt with. And that's what the prophet said is one of the biggest challenges that we have, is us knowing who we are. When we stop calling ourselves Negro, black, colored, and African American, okay, now we have something to work with. Until then, you got nothing. Islam.
And thank you for that, Nobility. We're so grateful we know better. We are already saved. We've already dealt with the problem, and the problem really is us taking somebody else's status as a Negro.
Yes. But that era is over with, thankfully, now.
I'm so grateful.
Me too.
You know, even as I was watching that particular video that we have linked in the chat, and that the link is on the screen, the ancestor said to me, and I'm learning this, that I have the right to, when I start hearing that foolishness, either I can shut it off or I can continue to listen for the little nugget that the ancestors always hide among all that colorability. And so I decided that it was only like a 15-minute video or something of that nature. I said, well, let me just, because I will usually, if it gets to be dumb stuff, I just cut it off. In this case, we're not calling our brother dumb. What we are saying is that if we're watching videos and someone says something that is absolutely not the truth, generally we'll just shut it off and move on to the next thing, whatever it is. In this case, the ancestor said, okay, just keep watching. It's a short video. Just watch the rest of it because we got a little something we want to show you. And sure enough, at the very end of the video, there's another being wearing a Moor, a fez. And again, we honor the fez. Wearing a fez, and he was talking about how the mummies that they found, and it's amazing that they call them mummies instead of mommies, but okay, we'll just let that go. The mummies were examined, and their stomachs were examined, and they found coca leaves, and even in some of the they found coca leaves in the stomachs of the mummies, and the coca leaves were from this land and not some other place, which told them that the ancients were here instead of somewhere else. And not instead of somewhere else, because we were there too. But this place, North America, is where they were, where the fraud started of telling the lies about, acting like this place was the only place empty at Earth and no one was here, and discoverers came and found it something. But they found in the stomachs of the mummies coca leaves, and the coca leaves, upon further examination, were from here instead of someplace else. And that was mentioned at the very end, in the little tiny little piece at the very end of this short video. So we know that that's why the ancestors had us to continue watching it, so that we could make that point in terms of not making the point, but sharing the information. Islam, Empress.
Yes, and so thankfully you made that mention, because that's also affirming the fact that this land is not of ice cold temperament. It is of tropic land. So the fact that coca leaves grow in tropical, elements and in nature and weather, that means, hello, this so-called, Arctic chill that is, whatever this people are experiencing in some parts, and some called, fake snow and all that stuff, is the last era in the enactment, and it can't be no more, because the coca leaves were here, and we're going back to that because of the ancient weather.
Yeah.
That is. So I affirm that for the weather, because, my goodness, to know that we have tropical weather at this landmass, it's like we're supposed to be experiencing so much. Oh, and I would go to state that I don't know if it's in the Biblios, but when you was the knowing about money and pyramids, also the weather, because the weather is such an important part for our culture, our people, our free ease of travel. That's part of our health, our prosperity. You know, we trade, we travel, we do all those things because of the beautiful weather. We see things clear out in the nature. We see, you know, the animals, the insects, you know, and the being in harmony and not being disturbed by inclement weather and those things. And we're able to grow all of the beautiful, you know, flowers that are also herbs and medicine. And, you know, just have our medicine in our backyard because of the weather. Right? So when the weather gets back to where it's supposed to be, then we here too will have our medicine back at the farm. Islam.
For many of us, for all of us really, the weather is controlled by our activity. For all of us, the weather is controlled by our activity. If we decide to go out onto the land and just go for a walk, it will change things depending on what the weather is or enhance what's currently happening. I know that what you're stating is truth, Empress Angel, about the ancient, you know, the weather being tropical here and things of that nature. We actually have the whole rainforest here. It's called HOH rainforest. How in the world do you have a rainforest here without it being tropical weather? That doesn't make any sense. We have that here at Washington Territory. The whole rainforest. No such thing as a rainforest that's not tropical in nature. It's got all the tropical plants and trees and everything there. Here at Washington Territory, a tropical rainforest, like we're in South America in the Amazon somewhere. That's how we know.
Because we are.
Of course we are. Of course we are. And for that, we're grateful. Indeed, Islam. So, take a look at that video. Islam Empress.
I just want to share this too. Where I am now, I'm domiciling now. I'm at 4,000 feet, and I've been here for 5 years, and every year it's been a terrible snowstorm. I mean, it's really rough at this time of the year. And the people who run this place here have been very negligent about making sure that things are graded. So, it gets a little scary at times. And so I know the earth is changing, and I've been asking the ancestors, we don't want to go through another year like we did last year, which was amazing, all the snow. And it was a chaos here with the people here in this park. It was because they weren't prepared for it. Well, after that storm, we had snow up until April 2023. After that, the summer was the most beautiful summer we've ever had. We had no forest fires. Couldn't believe it. Zero. And then we thought, okay, my consort, my son, we're like, okay, now what is the winter going to be? Well, right now, there's not a drop of snow on the ground. It's warm. It's 70 degrees here today. So after 5 years of snow to this, something in the earth is changing. We can physically see it, and we were just marveling. We're wearing short sleeves and outside bare feet today. It's beautiful. But usually we're up to our waistline in snow.
Yeah.
Islam, I need to share that. Islam.
It's 60-something here right now, right this moment. Some places it says 57, some places it says 60, some places it says 62 here as well.
Islam.
Islam, no.
In Tampa, Florida, right now it's like 42 degrees. With cool winds, it feels like actually it's like 30 to me. That's what it feels like to me.
Wow.
And that's been going on consecutively. That it'll stop, it'll warm up, and it goes back. It's been raining, unusual weather in Tampa specifically while I'm here. Islam.
Yeah. Wow. So let us, as we continue to rise, things, really what's happening is things are getting back in the proper order. It's getting back into the order that it should be, that it should have been. Well, not should have been. It's time. Islam. Islam, nobility.
I have one more thing to say because I put something in the chat and I wanted to kind of explain it.
Yeah.
So you know how they kept us from a lot of stuff in the old era, and so it forced us to use our divinity, which I refer to divinity when I say our minds now because that's where our divinity is. But it forced us to find creative ways to do things. And in the old era, we used to get in trouble for it. But I think it was preparation for what we need to do now. All those skills we learned, because this is a crazy story, but like, for instance, if I wanted to get a job or something or a loan, I would go and I would change paperwork. But it's not a bad thing now. Like it was preparing me for having to go in and restate things now. Yeah. But in the old era, I would get in trouble for falsifying documents or whatever you want to call it. But I had to do that in order to live because I needed the things, you know. And now that makes me feel better about myself because I'm like, doing something wrong. Now I know why I was doing it. It was preparing me. You know, so that's what I meant when I put what I put in the chat by using skills from the old era to make our system work for us. That's what we were preparing ourselves for. We're not criminals. We're sovereign.
Yeah. Yeah, Islam. Someone put in the inbox, and I won't state who, but it says the news reports are talking about blizzard and Arctic weather all over the Northeast down the eastern seaboard. All the Moors have to do over there, even one of you, is deny that and state what the weather is going to be, like we did here. Just deny that.
Islam, I affirm, because at New York, Queens and Manhattan, the cities, New York, has not got an inch of snow. I mean, it had a little light flurries, but no accumulation.
That's up to us. That's not up to anybody else.
And I renounced and refused. I refused snow a long time ago.
Yeah, that's what we're saying about looking in the funny mirror. Stop looking in that funny mirror. They don't get to dictate what the weather is for you and your territory and your land. You
Islam.
Do. Islam.
The reason I put that in there was because that's just what they say. It's not because that's what it is. Because I'm not hearing, and I'm like, it's just showing how much they're lying.
Yeah.
Because they're showing a United States map that shows Colorado, California, all the places are getting hit with just all kind of Arctic blizzard weather, and the people on the ground are saying totally opposite. That was the point. They're lying. They always lie. And now we're seeing it even about the weather. That was the point in putting that in there. Not because I'm paying attention to them, because I don't give about that.
Yeah.
I don't. Anyway,
well, for them, it's the truth for them where they are. Not for the Moors on the land. Their weather report is a corporate fiction weather report. It's a report. They keep reporting back to the dead lands, and it's not even lands, the corpse casket. So they're not even talking about where we are. They're talking about corporate fiction stuff. We get to state what it is for us, period. We do it all the time. We do it all the time. And because this is our land, you know.
Islam. Just one quick thing, just to remind people, for the past, couple of months, people were also casting that spell, singing those songs of "I'm dreaming of" and "Look at what's coming," and they just keep repeating. So when January comes, and it actually comes because you cast the spell, why are we surprised? Islam.
See, if we don't repeat what they say, it will not happen. And not only do we not repeat what they say, if we don't agree, because see, we have to make it the law. They can't make it the law. But if we don't repeat what they say, it's not going to happen. They keep saying recession, depression, everything's crashing. Well, not for us. We have the fastest growing estate to ever exist. And we haven't even scratched the surface on the use of all of the wealth. So, speaking of the wealth, and again, this that we're about to show you here
is this why Phoenix can't get his conveyances?
This is what we're talking about. If we don't repeat it and make it the law, then it won't happen. Okay? But when we look at something, if we say, okay, this part right here, we'll make that
and you can't either.
We'll make that the law. So let's do that right now. So I just put a link in the chat. Let's go ahead and look at this link. It is something called Executive Order. Just one moment. Executive Order 14067. And we're not even going to talk about. It's not a presidential order because that's not the president. It's not an order at all, really. It's a suggestion. But let's look at the suggestion and see where all this is something about digital currencies and how no one is really going to get away with that if the sovereigns don't say so. But here, Section 4 said I have to rebut that. There's conveyances. There's 3 conveyances out there. Here it says that just goes to show you they don't know what they're talking about. They're liars. Sovereign money is at the core of a well-functioning financial system, macroeconomic stabilization policies, and economic growth. Now, did they say Federal Reserve debt notes? Did they say U.S. dollars or Federal Reserve debt notes? No, they didn't say any of that. They said sovereign money is at the core of a well-functioning financial system, macroeconomic stabilization policies, and economic growth. And then it says here, and we'll restate it while we're talking, the Moorish ministry places the highest priority, because it's not an urgency, it's a priority, on continued use of design and employment or employment options for our money, for sovereign money. The things that we have done include assessments, not even assessments. It includes benefits for the consumers, investors, and businesses. It includes financial stability and systemic stability, payment systems, national security, human rights. That means that the subjects can use it too. Under our sovereign authority, they can. And notice here they said financial inclusion and they said equity, not equality. Equity, not equality. What's the difference between equity and equality? And we've stated that previously, but if someone would make that known, the difference between equity and equality.
Islam,
Empress.
So equality would be everyone receiving the same.
Yeah.
Equity would be according to your species, jurisdiction, hierarchy,
status.
The equity status, thank you, would be based upon those things. So it would be different according to your status.
And just by virtue of the word status, according to your state.
And your, exactly, yes.
And your estate.
Estate. Well, there would be or not be an estate based upon status.
Ooh, for real though. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
C'est vrai. C'est vrai.
There it is.
C'est vrai, which is truth in French.
Yes.
Which actually, I'm veering a little, but last congressional you had said, or you had stated, very, you didn't want to use very or something, but yet when you said it, I heard vrai, as in the French for truth. Well, actually, that is the etymological root of that word.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Thank you for that wisdom, Empress. Indeed, beautiful wisdom. Vrai. I like that word.
Yeah,
I like all the French words, though.
Oh,
it's so beautiful. It's a beautiful language.
The roll of the tongue, even though it's Italian more so, but they're all the same. And there's that little kitty.
Yeah. Yes, Eartha Kitt was good at that. Empress Eartha Kitt.
Yeah. Yes, I yield. I love her. I love
Indeed. Indeed. And here it says, and the actions required if doing so is deemed to be in the national interest. So, again, we're not even going to look at the rest of this right now. On your own time, if you choose to look at the rest of it, you can. We saw so many different versions of this out there, which told us that, yes, we will restate it. And for the record, we've just restated this part right here. We state that sovereign money is at the core of a well-functioning financial system, macro and micro stabilization processes, microeconomic stabilization policies and laws, and economic growth. Indeed, we agree. We affirm that. We see the growth happening already, and we haven't even gotten the whole presentment out yet. So we're working on that presentment, and most likely it will be next week on Sunday, a week from today. That is our intention, is to give you at least a basic presentment whereby you can begin to use your Moorish Sovereign Dollarium to get whatever it is that is necessary, first from us and then from everywhere on the land. And that's that is what the ancestors have given us to this point because we know we must introduce the energy first and be the head of the energy first. And when I say we, I mean all of us, the head of the energy, and then we'll go from there. It's going to be a very simple presentment. We're just letting the Spirit lead us on how to do it. So, with that being stated, for those who will to see, now again, for this to even be put in anything, have you ever heard anybody in the funny mirror on the news or from a quote-unquote presidential platform talk about sovereign money? Money. Use the word sovereign money.
Never, ever. Not in my lifetime.
Never, ever.
Never.
Nope, nope.
But now, here it comes. And that has everything to do with us, all of us. It is inevitable. Sovereign money is here already. It's already here. Dollarium has been circulating now for about 3 years. I'll have to go back and affirm that, but I believe it's been about 3 years that Dollarium's been circulating.
Islam.
Is
that, because I was just glancing through it, is that the only reference that it is used in this whole, statement or whatever they put down here? Is sovereign money the only use of exchange that is mentioned? They don't use any other monetary exchange mechanism?
Well, they're talking about CBDCs, which is not money. That's 4 letters. That's not money. It's not even a word. So
no, but they didn't express like they're gonna use like dinar or the yen or JPY, or they didn't say none of that anywhere in this. Only sovereign money that they mentioned.
Sovereign money. That's it.
And it's section number 4. What we say on the 4 principles. The square.
Yeah. And the letter is I.
The first I.
Yeah. So
they're talking to us. I mean, they like, what was that word that you used? Proxy. The proxy is being that part right there. That's the word.
Yeah.
The proxy.
Yeah, they're not talking to us still because they don't have the authority to look us eye to eye and speak.
Yeah.
But they are hinting to each other. They're sending signals to each other about what has already taken place.
This is a definite proxy.
Yes, indeed. That is absolutely correct, Empress. It's proxy. Justice Kansu.
Can you open the call, please?
Yes, Islam. Empress Sasha.
I just want to add that the letter I is number 9.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
I yield.
Indeed. So we wanted to bring that to your attention as well. Sovereign money, that term is on the public record and on the mouths of all because we've already done it. It took 3 years, and according to the Biblios, after the 3.5-year mark, then other manifested changes for all to see happen. In the Biblios, it refers to that 3.5 years as times, time, and half a time. And you can Google which scriptures, though, that terminology is used, talking about the quote unquote end times. And for us, the end times is actually the EN.
Say goodbye
time,
to Annie.
okay?
You won't be back on time.
Say EN instead of END.
Bye, Aisha. You're.
She hurt some feelings. Empress Aisha hurt their feelings.
Pauline fucked you.
They're mad. They're mad. They're mad. So, now let us. We looked at that. Now, regarding sovereign money, Islam Empress.
Before you proceed, I just have to make this comment about that system.
Yes.
There is no such thing as being independently wealthy in that system, because at every corner they charge you for using their system. So anyone think that they're going to become independently wealthy, you are always looking over your shoulder for them with their hand in your pocket, whether it's tax here, tax there, and it's done in so many ways. Most people aren't even aware how many times they are taxed and chipped away. So look what's happening with all of the so-called celebrities. You know, they're just having the rugs, pulled from under them. There is no such thing as independently wealthy under that system in Islam.
Yeah. And everyone that in that funny mirror in the last era that we looked at and thought, ooh, they got so much money, they're so wealthy. Even now, they're saying they need help. So those that they were trying to fool us into thinking that they were wealthy. And independently wealthy means that you got that without government, quote unquote, help.
You still lack a cell phone and service.
So now I wanted to bring this part up again because there's a couple of
say goodbye to Aisha.
This is the part we discussed earlier where we stated that we were going to continue to show how to use our money, our money system. So let me read through this really quickly, and then there's a couple of that we want to make. It says a bankruptcy discharge releases the debtor from personal liability for certain specified types of debt.
Vixen, Aisha won't have any debt anymore. No more debt for Aisha.
We affirm that. We affirm that she doesn't have any debt now. Let's prove that. So a bankruptcy discharge releases the debtor from personal liability for certain specified types of debt. When the word certain and specified comes into being, that means the species of the system. So we know, and I'll just, Empress Aisha, if you don't mind, I'll just use you as an example. She's the creditor. Empress Aisha is the creditor to anything that's going on. She created the right species, and she is using the right words.
Now she's gone. She's getting evicted.
Okay. And so it says here, in other words, the debtor is no longer legally required to pay any debts that are discharged. The discharge is a permanent order prohibiting the creditors of the debtor from taking any form of collection action on discharged debts, including legal action and communication with the debtors, such as telephone calls, letters, and personal contacts. We don't want the debt anyway, so we're not going to pursue debtors and debt, because in the last era, that was all debt. We didn't want the debt. It's not our debt. Why would we choose and pursue debtors to give us debt? We wouldn't. And so when it says, of course, this is stated a little bit backwards because you cannot prohibit a creditor. No one has the authority to prohibit a creditor. The creditor gets to state what happens. And so it says here, so again, we're not going to pursue debtors for debt. We put them in debt to begin with by liening, or else they, if we had not done that, they probably would have still been trying to shuffle debt around, claiming to be wealthy. But we stated that we're the creditor and they're the debtor, and we proved it by placing liens on debtors. And so it says here, although a debtor is not personally liable for discharged debts, a valid lien that has not been avoided in the bankruptcy case will remain after the bankruptcy case. So even after someone has been declared bankrupt, if there's a valid lien on the property, which we've always issued valid liens, then a secured creditor may enforce the lien to recover the property secured by the lien. And that way, we're not using debt to accept our charge of being the custody keepers of property, all property. Think about that, Moors. Think about it. Think about that. Because then we're doing exactly as we stated 3, 4, 5 years ago. All property is exchanged in gold and silver. All property, proper exchange for all real property, there's no such thing as property that's not real, must be gold backed. And our liens are all gold backed. And so as the ancestors were having us spend those years and years leaning and leaning and leaning and creating lien after lien after lien, I mean, we've told you, we know some boards who've created 400 and 500 liens. We've literally seen hundreds of liens from just one Moor, not to mention all of us. And so those liens is how the property is secured and recovered properly, whereby fiat is not and debt is not involved. We're not trying to negotiate debt. We're not trying to pursue debt.
You're going to be disappointed when Aisha gets evicted.
Islam.
They would. Islam, Empress, go ahead.
Islam. Okay. So when we set them up with credit, were they debtors still then, or what's the difference between now that they're using fiat versus when they were using gold back tender?
Okay, so let me ask you what you mean by when we set them up with credit.
Because we credit them their finances so that they can do business on the land.
Okay, what time period are you speaking of, Empress?
The first time we did it. The first time we gave them.
So we never gave them credit.
Oh, okay.
Here's what happened. There was duality in the system. All they did was the same thing that we have done, except they did it in reverse. When we restate the documents and we say this is credit and not debt, they just did that but said this is debt and not credit. So they looked at our documentation back in 1933, 1871, and so on and so forth. They looked at what we had on the public record, because we were doing liens back then. Liens are not new, liens are ancient. And they said, okay, we're going to rewrite this, and we're going to hide the documents that the original Moors wrote. We're going to hide that, and we're going to present these as if they're the real documents and see if we can fool them into thinking that we're actually the creditors and not the debtors. So we didn't set them up with credit. They never had credit. They always had debt. Even if they had 1 million U.S. Federal Reserve debt notes, it was still debt. Those were IOUs.
So when they were using the money backed by gold, that was their debt. Is that correct?
No. Okay. Money backed by gold cannot be debt.
Okay, so here's my next question then, because I'm thinking, okay, so they went bankrupt. So
no, they didn't go bankrupt. They were bankrupt from the beginning. They never used real money. They always used debt.
Fiat is alive and well, even though you...
Debt is created into what they're doing. You see what I'm saying? From the beginning.
Okay.
Debt is created into what they're doing. That's why it was so easy to just put liens on everything and then keep moving. You know. But see, our liens had to be gold-backed liens. It had to be creditor liens, not debtor liens. So we couldn't do a lien and say, we're charging you $100 million in fiat. We couldn't do that.
Yes. And so there was never a time when they filed bankruptcy?
Nope.
Okay.
Remember when the Bankruptcy Act happened, 1933, when they first started printing money, quote unquote.
Mm-hmm.
We have photos of the enactment of them acting like they were printing money.
Yes.
So from the first one that was printed, it was debt.
Okay, so what were they using? What was it called, that the system that they were using? If we were the creditors, what, that's what I'm trying to get my mind around, that, because I know that the fiat is debt. But I'm saying, like, before fiat,
yeah,
what status did they have?
What they have now, which is they were subjects on our land, and we literally hired them, Empress. We said, okay, you all act out and pretend to be the head of everything, and let the heirs just sit still and watch you act out, owning and being and doing and being the head of everything and the head of the economic system and the financial system and all that. You all act that out, and we'll let you use debt to act that out, and then we'll wake up and put the credit out there.
Okay. All right.
They're actors. They are Hollywood gone wild, basically.
And they sunk the Titanic.
Islam.
Justice Howard, and then there was another justice.
Yeah, as I was listening to the question that Sister was asking, it sounded like she was asking the time. Well, I'm hearing the time period. She's asking which time period are you talking about? The time period that we referenced to historically was we adopted them in. They came with the clothes on their back here because they know this was the motherland. In Europe, they couldn't grow the crops there because of the kind of soil or weather they got over in Europe. We had great weather over here. That's why we produced the best crops: Mississippi, Alabama, Missouri, Kansas, et cetera, et cetera. But it wasn't called those territories yet. But a lot of them couldn't read. They couldn't write. We opened the prisons and brought them here. So we established a constitution specifically for them so they can learn to govern themselves. Does it kind of help a little bit, the time frame?
Yes, what you're saying is correct up to the part about them governing themselves. They are actors. They were never to come over here and govern themselves. Yeah. Never.
Yeah, they're cloning, pretending. Well, they got to copy us. They're acting correct. Also, too, they were broke. They couldn't produce anything, so they came here to the motherland, the land of milk and honey. They knew about this. They heard about this. So here they are. And also within our culture, we call them families.
Yes, that means servants.
Yeah, they're servants. So we still call each other's families because they traded places with us.
When really we were the clans.
The clans, the tribes, etc.
Nobility.
Nobility. Yes. Yes. Islam.
Okay, Islam. So during that time, when was their likeness on the currency? What was that part about?
Okay, so let's just say you and I decide that we're going to act out banking, and so we say, okay, I'm going to draw these. This is going to be our pretend money. I'm going to draw these pretend monies, and I'm going to color the faces on the money brown. And then you and I are going to play Monopoly here at this table, and we're going to exchange these monies. That's where that came from, and it's not even money. It's pretend. It's Monopoly.
Islam.
Just a moment, Nobility. Empress Wyndham L. Empress Shatali.
Islam.
All of that whole U.S. corporation company thing started in Hollywood. It started there. See, they want you to believe it started over on the other side at Washington, D.C., but it didn't. It started at Hollywood, and they were using props, and the fiat is a prop. It was a prop. That's why it looked like it looked. It never was real money. It was a prop.
All right. Wow. The rabbit hole goes even deeper than I thought.
Yes, it was a prop. It was a prop, like a game of Monopoly.
Okay. So I thought that we gave them a 10 by 10 square. We gave them the Constitution and all that kind of stuff. And okay. All right.
No. It's like writing a script.
Yeah.
But see, again, until we put it on the public record, it don't even count. That's why they're called fiction.
Yeah, that's true.
Like a fiction book.
Evictions and foreclosures are in your future.
Like a fiction book. We did not validate any type of a status for them other than what we stated. They must be under our protection. They must be. They have to be. And when I say they, I mean all they. Whoever they is in your mind, we could just say the world. The world is under our protection. When we created them, we just created them to act out some things so that we could be tested. And what better way to test us than to use our own stuff to mimic our science? Because you can't really test us with anything that don't look like us. And when I say look like us in terms of the processes and the system, the acting system looked like the real one. It was so good that it fooled even the elect in the last era. The Constitution that we've been looking at that's written in black ink out there on the internet that's not signed really by any living beings, that Constitution was part of a script in Hollywood. And that's why they keep saying the Jews, quote unquote, are the head of Hollywood. Because it was all acting. They're not really who they say they are. They were to act until, or occupy, quote unquote. Occupation is a job. It's acting until the real shows, and we're here. Justice Shiraki. Justice Al-Rahman.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. Yes. I was just trying to, well, not trying to, but hoping to clarify, knowing that they did a coup d'etat in, 1871, or, right after they knocked off Lincoln, everything went to a democracy. And, of course, you was guaranteed a republic form of government. And, of course, based on the principles of law, anything in fraud stays in fraud. This is why they never had credit, because they enacted after they do a coup d'etat. And, of course, there wasn't much communication, so people didn't know what was going on, a few miles away or a few states away. They was able to, do the acting and got everybody on board thinking this is the so-called government. But that's why they never had credit, because they did a coup d'etat on our government. That's why we never had a republic form of government, which you was guaranteed. So just staying present in what you know your rights are, you are guaranteed a republic form of government. And if that's not a republic form of government up there, then you don't have to honor it. It's void. Ab initio, correct?
Thank you for that, Nobility. That's a great way to explain that. That's a great explanation for that. That which starts in fraud stays in fraud. And that's what we were stating about the monopoly money. It started in fraud from the beginning. Fraud just being acting. It's just acting. It's acting. It was never real. It couldn't be real because it's debt-based. Islam.
And for some reason, the statement "forever in your debt" it just kept ringing in my head, because when they came and settled as the settlers, they were forever in the Moors' debt. So that statement is a statement that is like echoing in my head, like, because they always had a debt system, because they were forever in our debt and desired our grace and our mercy to be here and to do what they did, in which was debt. And so, but also the Bankruptcy Act, when is, to me, it's like when they were acting, they had to write the script, so the script was a Bankruptcy Act. Mm-hmm. So the script was, okay, we're going to write the act, take one, scene one, act, Bankruptcy Act, 1933, and this is the Bankruptcy Act, and they were printing out monopoly money as they acted. So if that, clears up anything, because that's how I see it and understand it for that whole enactment.
Islam. Yes. So, Empress, you're absolutely correct. And again, when we look at their beginnings, where they started. Where did they start? They started out in debt. They started out without, just like Noble Al-Rahman said. He stated that when they came here, they had nothing. That and by the way, no one came here and fooled us. Let's make that clear, because sometimes when we hear terms like coup d'état, sometimes it can be misconstrued as someone came here and they were so smart and so slick that they tricked the Moors. It'll never happen. Never happened, never will. Everything that was done by our concurrence, not conquering, but concurrence. It was done with our permission. Period. And some may not want to believe that, but we don't really go by beliefs and feelings and things of that nature when it comes to things like that. It's the truth anyhow. I'm here. This is the term that I wanted to look up just to see if it says anything about a coup, what a coup is. This is Black's Law Dictionary here, and I may be spelling coup wrong because it's not showing up in either one of the dictionaries. And I have at least one really good one right here next to me. So let's go online and see if we can. Islam Empress.
It's a blow, a strike. Coup.
Okay.
And so what it said, well, you're going to go on to etymology online. It's like an attempt. Let's see what it says here. I had a better one in front of me before.
Yeah, here's one definition of coup d'état. A sudden, violent, and unlawful seizure of power from a government. A coup d'état. Because our brother Noble Al-Rahman used that term, coup d'état. It says right here on the side, let's take a look at that. It says a coup d'état, or simply a coup, is typically, that means not all the time, but typically an illegal and overt attempt by a military organization or other government elites to unseat an incumbent leadership. A self-coup is when a leader, having come to power through legal means, tries to stay in power through illegal means. A coup d'état is when, and let's go back to what we stated earlier about nobody was able to come over here and just fool us. Nobody could come to earth and fool us. You can't fool God. Just like back in the 80s, there was this commercial. It was a butter commercial, and it wasn't real butter. It was fake butter. And they would say, you know, whenever someone would taste it, they would say, this is real butter. And then lightning would strike and thunder would roll, and they would say, it's not nice to fool Mother Nature. You cannot fool us at all. But what they did do, with our permission, is write scripts. And some of the title of some of the scripts was A Deed of Trust. They even used words and changed the meaning of the words. Deed of trust. And the word of for them meant without, whereas of for us does not mean without. And so they would have a deed of trust that they created in their scripts and their fake paper. Whenever you look at a Hollywood script, you already know you're looking at a play or a theatrical performance. That's why they call war, they say, you know, they call it theater. No one fooled us. We just, our ancestors said, let's have them restate everything. And then our heirs, as they continue to stand, will restate everything back to the way it should be. Because, see, for those who have been thinking that you're dealing with a foreclosure, nobody ever even comes to your door and says, get out. They just send paper for years and years and years. Those are scripts. Those are words. Those are spells, enacted spells. Your job is to rebut them with stronger, more powerful, more competent words. People are afraid when they see a letter coming to the mail, quote unquote. People were afraid of that in the enactment. Until we realize now that, oh, the word begins and ends with us. The word begins and ends with us. It's amazing how people were afraid for years on end in the last era's enactment. They were afraid for years because spells kept coming in the mail. Nobody came to the door with a gun. They just kept saying, this is due, and that's due, and this is due, and that's due, and, you know, this is what's going to happen if you don't pay. And then if you ignored that, they would pick up the phone and call you and cast some more word spells. Still nobody showing up, nobody at the end of a barrel of a gun, none of that. It was just words. So that's
what the Great Wizard of Oz, as they sat behind the curtain and cast their draconian spells as they tried to enact and made it seem like they were bigger than larger than life. Meanwhile, they were the midgets.
Non-existent fictions. They were fictions at that.
Islam,
Empress.
So, coup d'etat, I'm just looking at the word itself. Coup is blow, d'etat is of the state.
Yes.
And so you can see the fiction actually when you break the word down. You can see the fiction right there, because once you know the law, no other state can do anything, and certainly not another species in a completely different state of mind, jurisdiction, fictional existence, could do anything to the sovereigns without consent. This was a game.
That's all it was.
Islam,
nobility.
Yeah, I was just trying to give a clear perspective of the president. When I was saying how they did a coup d'etat and then they went to a corporation, right then anything acted after that don't have to be honored. We talk about acts in 1933 or what happened in 57, but if we could prove that we did not receive our republic form of government, which was guaranteed, which the Treaty of Friendship and Peace only allowed anyone to act upon, right there, everything else is fraud. No sense in arguing about what they did or even trying to get a mind wrapped around what they did, because they're criminals. But just why everything I do now, or not everything I do now, but I always state illegally occupying the land, because I need to make no other claim, because you're operating as a corporation and you're not honoring the proper land jurisdiction. So anything after 1871, or really was a little bit before then, but they haven't honestly had no standing. So anything been an act. So no sense of arguing about what they did in 1933 or 1957, because there was a corporation that had no standing. So that's why everything got to be reversed back to be under the republic form of government. If you was guaranteed a republic form of government, you don't have it, that means anyone operating under that is violating your rights. So right then they don't have no standing.
You know, nobility, what you're saying is so valid from that when you start there on the timeline where you're starting. What you're stating is absolutely true when you start there on the timeline. Let's and I'm loving that our thoughts are being put on the public record here regarding that. Let me say this, if I may, nobility, about the being guaranteed a republic form of government. We are the government. So we, and this is just to further affirm and expand on what you're stating. We then, because of that guarantee, we then cannot turn to them and say, hey, you guaranteed us a republic form of government, because they didn't. They didn't have the standing for that. The guarantee came from us that we would be the republic government, because it couldn't come from anybody else. And so in affirmation of what you're stating, and just to take it a few steps further and to go back further on the calendar and on the timeline, we actually guaranteed them. And when I say them, I mean us. We guaranteed the whole earth an honorable government. And so for us, we can't even look to other people and say, how come you didn't give us a Republican? And not that you're saying that, nobility, but I'm just saying this for the sake of the Moors who, the new Moors. We can't look at anybody else and say, you're supposed to be, or you guaranteed us a republic form of government. No, we are the government, and we must accept the charge for being the government. And when I say accept the charge is in office. We talked about that in the last Congress.
And you're 100% right. I did imply that they owed us something without even overstanding that we made them the promise, and in acquiescence, we didn't keep our end of the bargain.
When you know that you're God and that everything is about you and what you say and do. See, the God, we must accept responsibility for the whole earth. We created it. And when we do that, there will be no action that's outside of our control. See, that's the point, really, about when we accept our charge, the charge of governing the whole earth. That's what the charge is. We are charged with governing the whole earth. We're not charged with crimes and things of that nature because that doesn't exist. Not for us. We're the court. So when we accept responsibility for all actions, then there will be nothing outside of our control. There will be nothing that happens by accident. There will be nothing that happens by war and someone overtook us. And there will be nothing about people violating our rights. You cannot violate the rights of the one who's in charge of what you do. If we're in charge, because we are, of what subjects and foreigners do, how can they charge us with anything other than being their God, their government? They can't charge us with anything. We're the government. We are charged with governing. And that we do. That is what we do. So we honor your thought, nobility, because that is absolutely the line of thought that we must have.
Islam. May I add?
Islam, nobility.
State. If we say state, what comes to mind? E-state.
Yes.
State of mind.
Yes.
But it's referencing to the land. We're connected to the land. Your state of mind. The reset is the state of mind. It's not new knowledge. It's just knowledge that's been hidden in plain sight. So it's no longer hidden now. If we have ears, if we would hear this, the reset to the correct state of mind corrects everything, puts everything back in its proper place, and puts them back in their proper place. That's Islam.
Islam. So for us, as we look at something such as a coup d'etat, I'm glad that term came up, nobility, because it actually does mean a blow to the state. And for us, when we look at the word blow, it's not necessarily a hit or with a club. It's a blow with the words and the breath, because you blow from your mouth. You blow your breath. So it was all about words from the beginning. That's what coup d'etat is all about. It was the words in their enactment. And so as we continue to present ourselves, and that's why we stated what we stated or suggested what we suggested at the beginning of this Congress about turning off some of that funny mirror so that those spells won't keep hitting your ears. Turn some of that off so that you can hear from within you more clearly. Or else you will believe that Hollywood acting stuff. They're actors. And it's up to us to even shut that off. We have a choice. We have a choice in whether the acting for each one of us continues or not. Do we keep listening to them acting things out or no? That's a fast, right? That's a 3-day fast right there. Just fast from, don't listen to any, then this is just a suggestion. You know, we cannot tell sovereigns what to do. We can make suggestions though. Take 3 days and don't listen to any videos by anybody that doesn't look like you or that's not speaking truth. More science, etc., etc. Okay? And things that hit your truth center. And when I say people that don't look like you, they don't look like you in the spirit realm. In other words, what they're saying doesn't agree with your spirit. So take 3 days and don't listen to any of that. And you know it when you see the thumbnail for the video. You already know what they're going to be talking about. If they're talking about federal Fed charts where they're showing you the graph and how everything is going straight down in the economy and all of that, and they put that in the thumbnail, just click that you're not interested or just move on from that. Don't watch that. Don't listen to any funny mirror stuff. And the more you do that, the louder your spirit will get on how to do your demonstrations and what to say, what to do, and so on and so forth. It's a bit difficult, but it's something. My consort and I were having this conversation the other day because I said to him, this last era that this previous era. It was weird because, quote unquote, America was the only place that you could go where the majority of the people, the living, look like us. And this is not about faces, but let's just make this clear. The majority of the original people are here, but everything you turn on, this was the only place that you could go in the enactment where whenever you turn things on, don't nobody look like you. No one looks like you. No one. And that went everywhere you turned. No one looked like you. And then you go in your wallet and you pulling out what you think is money, and that doesn't even look like you. But you and the ones that look like you. And when I say look like you, again, we're talking about in the spirit. We're because we don't look like the world. We look like the earth. And so this was the only place, and people would come here and be like flabbergasted that we're where all the wealth was being created from. The rappers, the workers, everyone. The money was made, quote unquote, money was made by us, from us, and from our labor. But nothing out there looked like us. You could go for miles and not see a single billboard with these faces on it. You could go from state to state to state, from coast to coast, and not see a single billboard with our faces on it. Yet we were the main ones at the mall. But it's because the faces on the billboard match the faces on the fiat. The faces on the billboard and on the screens match the faces on the fiat, and so it shall be. That the faces on our Dollarium will match. And again, there are some of us who are lighter skinned, have less and I won't say melanin, but less earth tone in their skin that are still us. We love them. But let's just put some things in perspective. People would come here from other places and be like, how are they letting this happen? How is this happening? It was an act. It didn't make sense. Everything was backwards. Everything was backwards. You know, so again, it's not about in particular faces. It's first about the spirit realm and the energies and the frequencies. It was foreign fiat. It was foreign. Why? Because we didn't create it. That's the part we're talking about. We're not concerned as much with issues from the last era. There's no such thing as race and racism. There isn't. So it is our responsibility that when the heirs reach into their wallets, that they see themselves. That when the heirs look at the banks, they see themselves. When they look at the stores and they go out onto the land and see the merchants and things of that nature, that they see themselves. Yes, others will be in, doing things, but the head of everything is the Moors. Every industry has always been headed because the money has to be real. There's no such thing as money that's fake, because then it's not money. It's fake paper. So regarding, that's a good term. Regarding how things are paid for, okay, we can take our liens and the lien is, for example, the lien that we have, we issue Dollarium from that lien. Okay, we issue Dollarium from the liens. So we have $100 million on one lien. Whenever we're doing things, that lien serves as, it's kind of like a purchase order for those who've worked in purchasing, where you take that purchase order and you can order things with that purchase order number. And the purchase order is like the payment. Well, whenever I'm using Moorish Sovereign Dollarium gold receipts, it's based on a lien or a bond somewhere. The liens and the bonds. Islam? Noble Phoenix, did you have something?
Yeah, I was going to ask a question, then I was debating whether I was going to ask or not. Okay, would you please remind me, okay, when we did our lien, I don't recall seeing the security agreement or the security agreement type language that typically follows with a uniform, universal commercial code 1 type lien. There's supposed to be a security agreement with it. Okay, or am I mixing or remembering that incorrectly? So just remind me, please.
So who said that a security agreement had to be with a lien?
In all of the study, again, that's from the old era, that there had to be a security agreement in order for it to be bona fide. But I after looking at the great taking information and going through that, that's why I hesitated to bring it up, because it has become extreme, and I haven't even finished it yet, over abundantly clear that all the securities, entirements, and all the security, anytime you hear the word security, as it relates to that old heir and your interest in anything was just them trying to claim a foothold into your property. Like whatever you issued, whatever financial instruments you signed up, they were just trying to get an interest in it.
Mm-hmm.
And they set it up as securities, and then they were so like what's the word for it when like when the bees get stirred up and they go into a frenzy. They were in such a frenzy that they just got stupid with it, and instead of billions of dollars, now it's quadrillions of trillions of securities that are just out there. You know, they claim the interest in your eyelashes when it dropped. Okay, that's how stupid they were out there. So, you know, I'm kind of answering my own question. So, I don't have a question. I just worked it out. Thank you.
You're welcome. All it takes is talking through it, and the Spirit will give you the answers. Let me add to what you stated. A lien is a security, so it does not need a security agreement with it. When you look at the Universal Commercial Code codes, the codes that we've restated, and you can restate them as you go as well and put it on a public record or add it to your lien. When you look at you can just look at the Uniform Commercial Codes. Just look at the codes, those codes, because it's a set of codes. When you look at that set of codes, it tells you that a lien is a security. It's up to you what number you want to assign, what CUSIP number you want to assign to that security, and generally that CUSIP number, if you know, the CUSIP number can always be the green receipt number. It could be that,
or your case number, or your cause action,
or your cause number, etc.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, every piece of paper out there was a security. And that's why they only existed on paper. But it seemed like they had so much authority when they really had none. They were fictions the whole time. Because everything they did was on paper, but it was paper that was scripts. It was monopoly paper to begin with.
And it goes right back to the Wizard of Oz at the very end again, just billowing and yelling out, "I'm so great and powerful, roar, fear me, I'm the great and powerful Oz," and didn't have nothing to back it, just a comment.
And he used a system to magnify his voice.
Yeah, all of them levers and machines and machinations that they were pulling. Yeah, that's the system. It was an apt illustration of how we've been conned, or how we were misled. I'll put it that way.
I don't think we were misled either. We concurred with that, because when we first saw them coming with that paper, we knew it wasn't the right paper.
Well, when you say we, you're referring to the
ancestors. Yeah, back in the day. Yeah.
And I'm only talking in terms of just in my lifetime while I was asleep. I didn't know the difference. That's all I'm referring to when I say we.
Islam, indeed. And that's why I love that we are our ancestors' return, because we can see now. And see, they were enacting through the postal service. They were enacting, sending all of that stuff out everywhere in their enactment. That's why that was the first place to stop things from flowing like that, or rebut things from, you rebut everything, rebut it. And when you rebut it competently, they stop sending it.
Islam. I just want to add on to the part about security agreement. The security agreement, through my studies, the bottom part of the lien is the agreement, which you agreed to be paid in for their trespass. That's really like the agreement. Whatever you write, in their enactment, it was basically just a title on a piece of paper with a list of the security. That's what a security agreement is law.
Thank you for that, Nobility. In affirmation of that, a security agreement, it is comprised of three things: a title, a body, and a bottom line. The bottom line is the line at the bottom where someone signs or autographs. There's always a number attached to that security agreement as well, so you could say four things, but the number is, and the title, the number and the title are synonymous. So in order for it to qualify as a security agreement, and that's why it's important, we can print a form off on the internet, print a form off, scan it in and upload it, and change the title. And when you change the title, you've changed the whole thing. See, they were not even able to, the world, the foreigners, they don't have the authority to issue titles according to the Constitution. That means they can't issue titles of nobility even to paper. They're not supposed to title our paper, and they never have titled our paper.
No titles of marquee.
None.
No titles of nobility. That's
None.
what it says.
So whenever you see their title at the top of a piece of a form, because see, that was the form of government, quote unquote, was the paper. And when you see their titles, you know it's a fake form. It can't be real because it's a form. And the opposite of a form is the real. The opposite of a form is the real. Someone can be a form of a person, but the people are the real. So whenever you're paying something, and really you're not paying it, what you're doing is giving a valid exchange on the public record. When you have a lien, a levy, and a bond in place, the levy is the way that the property is recovered. So the lien, the levy, and then the bond bonds the property and the financial piece together. And you can start removing, see, this way you get the property without the debt. You get the property without the debt. And then you accept the charge to govern the property. A charge, again, is an office, and you discharge the debt back to the debtor. Let us give an example of the difference between a creditor and a debtor. First, let us show what a creditor looks like. And again, we've done this many times. We're going to continue to emphasize. This is a creditor. Now let's show you, because see, they could not have fooled anybody if they didn't look anything like, on paper, anything like us. And that's why we're not concerned with faces. We're talking about the paper. Let's do it this way. Because you got to have some That's the difference. These are not the same. This is not the same person. It's not the same person. And we could even put that there. It's not the same person. One is a debtor because of the math. It's simple math. One is a debtor and one is a creditor. And even if this was written like that, it's still a debtor when it comes in the mail like that. And it doesn't come from me. Anything that does not come from me, that means I did not give you authority to use my name that I own. So then we rebut it with the fiduciary document that says that we are the Lord's for all letters, all numbers, signs, sounds, sigils, etc. Then our math must be competent. This is not a competent math problem. 420 minus 19 minus 4,701. That's not a competent math problem. You can't take 4,701 from 401. You can't do that. 420 minus 19 is 401. 401 minus 4,701 leaves some ungodly minus number, because you cannot take 4,701 from 420. And even if there was something left over, even if you come up with a positive number, it is going to be so low that you couldn't possibly say that's a creditor number. When paired with these abbreviations, because see, SW, we don't know what they're talking about when they say SW. They could mean, instead of meaning Southwest, they could mean something other than Southwest. They could be saying something about a simple witch. SW. We don't know what PL means. Those are not words. It's not a word. Therefore, it can't be a place. If it's not a word, it can't be a place. So that means that whoever sent this is not talking to me. They're talking to their creation, because they created something that's not even a place. So what do? We rebut. This right here would be personam jurisdiction first and foremost. Who are you talking to? And first of all, who are you that's sending something that looks like this? Who is it that's sending this? Because competent heirs don't send things like this. They don't use abbreviations like this. We spell everything out so that there's no guessing. So that we're specific. The land is called Washington, not state of Wa. So, with that, Islam nobility.
Can you differentiate also in the use of the zip code between the two?
Yes, because this is a zip code on the land. And this is a zip code that's not of anywhere, because this is not a place. Wall is not a place. So this can't even be a zip code, because that's not a place. It can't be a zip code, because it's a zip code to where? Where is this wall located? This cannot be a proper identifier, because this is not a real name. What does D stand for? D period. My mother did not call me Pauline D period Ritchie. Why is the period there? That's not what my matriarch said. That's not what she stated that day. She didn't hyphenate anything either. So this is a jurisdictional difference, a huge jurisdictional difference. Huge. Simply by nature of the place, by nature of the name. The name that where we're saying, okay, let's rebut some things, because they're trying to make us this when we're not that. Our names that we own and that we send out to do our bidding and our acceptances is this. And it's complete with all of this, not just some of it. So any documents with any abbreviations, when you look up what an abbreviation is, even in Black's Law Dictionary, an abbreviation is a substitute. A substitute. That means not the real thing. So let's look up abbreviation really quickly. Just a moment. Let's get there. ABA, ABB. Come on. Here, right here, it says abbreviation, shortened conventional expressions employed as substitutes. Well, when they substitute things, that means that they've taken the real one out and put a fake one there. So it's not even related. A substitute is not even related. If you have a substitute teacher, that means that teacher she's not getting her who she is, her identity from the teacher that's not there. It's a substitute instead of being the real one.
Islam. And
Islam.
As you look at that word, it's substatute even.
Yes, it is. Wow, that's good, Empress. That's a statute that's below a real one.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yes. And abbreviation and deviation are similar words.
Yeah.
It says here the abbreviations in common use in modern times that they're setting you up for some fakery here. The abbreviation in common use in modern times consists of the initial letter or letters, syllable or syllables of the word. the initial letter, well, what happens to the rest of the word?
Exactly.
Anciently, also contracted forms of words, contract, obtained by the omission of letters intermediate between the initial and final letters, which were much in use. These latter forms are now more commonly designated by the term contraction. A contract.
And when you contract something, you tighten it.
Yes. Ooh.
Of course. Mm-hmm.
Thereby causing lack or constriction or
yes,
the inability to move and breathe.
Breathe, exactly. I think of the boa constrictor.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And that's actually what was going on.
Yes.
We were constricted
yes.
in the attachment.
Yes. So the Dollarium that we issue, we can use the $100 million in proper gold money on the lien or on the bond. And in this case, with what we're speaking about today, it would be from the lien, based on this right here, from the lien, which is a charge upon specific property to secure payment. And we're not securing payment of a debt. That's where the fakery is here in this definition. It's a valid lien by the secured creditor to recover the property secured by the lien. And again, covering of property is a paper, though that's a paper term, but it's also an ecclesiastical term. It's a jurisdictional term to cover. And even after we're done away, because see, bankruptcy does away with debt. It's supposed to do away with debt. Even afterwards, the liens are valid and binding binding on the property, not the debtor, the property. And that's why those contracts back in the day, back in the last era, were called contracts of adhesion, because no matter what you did, the debt was going to follow. Whereas with our liens and with this process, the debt is disconnected from the property.
Islam,
nobility.
That's also the reason why, and I did pick this up when I was going through some training videos that I did on the bid bond, payment bond, performance bond, because literally one of the things that we did, not just with that, but also with the UCC part of it, and the supporting documents as a whole, when you really pull back and you study those, which a lot of people, maybe haven't taken the requisite time yet to do that, and I would encourage them to do so, so that you get the full plate, the full dinner plate with a balanced meal on it of all that we put together. Because one of the things it includes was specific regarding what you were just talking about. And that was what you just talked about. Man, something just went through my head.
About how the liens cover the property.
Yes, that's it, the property.
The debt goes with the debtor.
So the point that I was about to make, it covers the property from the standpoint, it said that all property that the former debtor claim an interest in, claim to own, claim to have, claim to possess.
Yes.
All of it is released to the creditor.
Yes.
Because you can't pay the $100 million per trust or per property or parcel of land you claim to be occupying illegally, unlawfully on our land. And that was the judgment. You've been found guilty. And so you either pay up, and you can't pay up because you got no gold and silver. All you got is fiat. So it's a foregone conclusion. The moment you do that UCC1 lien, Universal Commercial Code lien,
yes.
If you understand the language, you need to go ahead and do the rest of it with the tax and levy to finish up the process and all the rest that goes with it. Don't half step with it.
Yeah.
Finish the whole thing. That was the reason why there's 10 steps to it, because it's the complete process. Okay, as we know it right now. If we find something better to go with it, we'll add it to it later. But right now, that's what we're working with. And if you understand it, it's complete.
Yes. It closes all back doors and it opens all front doors.
Opens all the front doors. So now you're no longer dealing with that old entity because they were in bankruptcy.
Yes.
Just like we said it on other calls, just same thing that happened over in other countries where the new power came in and got rid of all the corporations. I don't have to mention any specific country. I think we know who we're talking about. They got rid of all of them and nationalized all the companies that were on the land for the benefit of the people.
Yes.
And that made him an enemy around the world, or them, whoever they were. Okay? So, but that's, in essence, what the empire, through us, is actually doing. So please understand the significance of this. It's historical.
Enemy around the world was because we had not put this system in place. This system that we have activated, which is an ancient system, is not a war system. So we're not enemies to anyone.
And as soon as others around the world, which they've already gotten wind of it, that's why they've been taking such bold moves as they have lately to distance themselves from the fiat. And that's why the ship is falling down like an iceberg 50 times.
Yes.
It's over.
Yes. Everyone can see that it's over. So we're to the point now where we don't even we don't spend a whole lot of time trying to convince people of that, because we have other things to do now. We're implementing, activating, and putting things together in terms of further implementation of our financial and economic authority and power. Islam.
When the brother previously made his statement, before the Congress, you made your presentment of what we're just talking today, and the location of where is for notification. Can we go over the location notification places where we are to notify for that process, please?
For which process?
The brother has stated that I don't remember exactly his words that he was for his demonstration, but it was along the lines of he did a demonstration at a bank and they asked for him to verify his resources, and it was stated that we do our own verification, but for the notification purposes, because I had mentioned 2 locations, you said that those 2 locations and others are necessary for notification for that process.
It depends on the demonstration that's being done. If you're doing a demonstration where you're presenting proof of funds for anything, anywhere, the proof of funds, whoever it is that you're even presenting that to, the address, you can present it to whoever you will to present it to, as long as the addressing is correct, because you're still going to be presenting it to a court that honors our status and our money. Proof of funds, for example, a proof of funds where a treasury is concerned, or proof of funds where anything is concerned, even if it's for, let's say, for a conveyance, the proof of funds to show that you have funds for conveyance. Where is the home office for that place that you're dealing with? You send your proof and everything there. You send your proof there. It can be a manufacturing factory if you ordered it from there. It can be a home office if you ordered it from there. So it just depends on what the demonstration is. I will say this: listen to what your spirit says when you're demonstrating, and that's why that's so important. Your spirit will tell you where to send everything based on what you're doing. The two places where proof of funds is concerned, you really don't have to prove that to anyone but yourself. But when doing a competent demonstration, yes, you send out notification to the right places. And those right places is based on the demonstration that you're doing. Let your spirit lead you. Because we can give you a checkbox of 10 things in the process, but your spirit is going to lead you on expanding on that based on what you're doing. Everyone's demonstrations are going to have little nuances in them. They're going to have nuances in them. And the only reason the ancestors put nuances in it, in our demonstrations, is so that we will listen to our spirit. We have to be sure that we are, yes, the process is important, the spirit is more important. The process is important. The spirit is more important. Hear the spirit when the spirit speaks, and you will know you didn't miss anything. You won't miss anything. You'll demonstrate, and the spirit will do what the spirit does, which is open the doors. Which is, your spirit is coming from you, so you're the one opening the doors. So we must be sure to not get so caught up in the process that we miss listening to the spirit say, hey, send notification here also and here also. Or the spirit may say, you only have to send notification to 2 places because notice agent is notice to principal. Whatever your spirit says. And rest in that, in what your spirit says. Let me tell you another reason why the spirit is so important really quickly. The spirit is so important because the spirit is the first authority on every process. Your spirit within you is the most important authority on any process. No one outside of you will have more answers than your spirit will have. Where do you think all of this stuff comes from? It resonates with truth centers all over the earth because that's where it's coming from, the spirit. So don't get so caught up in the process and checking off A, B, C, D, E, F, and G in the process and forget about the spirit. Don't do that because that's not going to work. The spirit must lead you first. Your spirit will tell you where to send what, when. And then what we do is we just agree on the legal system, which we've done. And then the spirit will say, okay, do this, do that, do this, do that. But there are certain qualities of our system that never change. For example, everything that we do is done by court action affidavit. That's never going to change. Never going to change. It will always be by court action affidavit. On Moorish government letterhead first, and then on company letterhead. Islam nobility.
I'd like to ask you a question, if I may. I got about 4 pieces of property that I sold after 2012. I guess that was after the Pope set out the Motu Proprio that was stating who the Moors was and that they could only supposed to give gold or silver, real money. I was doing a version of state on like 4 pieces of property, or do you think it'd just be more simpler just to do the liquidation demonstration?
When you first started doing paperwork on the properties, were you nationalized?
No, I wasn't. Some of the property I owned for almost 30 years. I just sold it all after 2012, though. But they only gave me fiat. See, they never gave me real money, though.
So that was really just an act of a public exchange, an exchange in the public. The land hasn't gone anywhere. It wasn't really sold and any of that. Now, if you accepted the fiat for the land and now you want the land back, is that what you're stating?
Yes, exactly. Yes.
What does your spirit say about that?
Well, was part of my estate, so I mean I'm entitled to it. I just didn't figure which procedure would be the more simpler way to do. I'm entitled to it because it all been fraud, and they've been, of course, I never got what I. Not to go to babbling about it, but I do understand that I accepted fiat. But see, at the motu proprio letter came out, he informed all their agents that they could not give them more, no fiat no longer, and they still gave me fiat for my property. So they was committing fraud after they was informed by their highest officer to quit that type of performance on this land.
It's only because the sovereign accepted it. See, if you accepted it, you can't blame them because you're the sovereign, not them.
Oh, I believe that. I mean, truly, I was just wondering which procedure you would think would be the simplest, reversion of estate or just do the liquidation.
So then you're gonna have to show that you bought it back. You're gonna have to show that you did a proper exchange on not bought it back, but the proper exchange on the public record for it. And
so basically,
here's the thing also.
I'm sorry, go ahead. Hello?
Just a moment. I'm allowing the Spirit to give me the words to state what I'm stating about that. Because, see, in reality, it's a done deal simply because you did it. However, whatever process you use, just know that there will be no force involved in returning to that property. There will be no force involved. The way to get it back it just depends on the intention. You accepted the fiat, so in reality, and I'll just be blunt, if you don't mind, if I may.
Absolutely.
You were actually being the fraud when you took the fiat, not them. They have to do what you say, even no matter what, because it's by your signature that anything took place. So, and that's the part that Moors I'm thankful that you don't have this attitude about what I just stated, because see, the Moors, a lot of times Moors get mad at the previous era and the things that happened in the previous era, but you can't even get them to turn or loose the fiat. And they're still mad at somebody who created that fiat, but they don't want to let go of the fiat system. And I'm glad you're not like that, because you're not, you get what we're stating here, in that you must be completely honorable in order for that to take place. Your intentions must be honorable, and then you do the process however you're led to do the process to get it back. Lien, levy, bond, proper exchange on the public record, that's the formula. Court action, the whole nine. Here's my question also to you. Why did you sell it if you still wanted it, if you still willed to keep it?
Well, I was waking up. I had, I like to say, I sold like 4 pieces of property in like 3 different states. I came back to Illinois. When I was waking up, I was going through something, and of course, material things didn't really matter that much to me because I was financially stable. So I just needed time to work on myself. And, now since it's been, maybe almost 15 years since I woke up, and, certain things that I know I was bamboozled out of, even though I was, unconsciously participating in it. So I'm not angry at them, but since I could claim certain properties, of course, my property, one of the properties is a brand new home that I built from scratch. I stayed in for like 20-some years, but the thing of it is, it's not a wrong or right. I just, I'm moving back down south. I'm going to leave Illinois again. Since me looking for a new house or buying another house when I have a home that I stayed in 20 years down there. So, but truly, it's like you said, it's just a start over procedure. It's lien levy and bond and do a proper exchange. And my old connection is, doesn't even matter no more, because simple fact is that deal is done. I participated in it, but as far as my estate, I'm entitled to that piece of property. That's what I want to claim. So I'm gonna claim. I'm gonna start over all over again.
I'm so glad. Thank you for your energy about that truth right there. Is that yes, you participated in the fiat piece, and so now let me ask you this, do you still have all of the paperwork from at least one of those in exchanges?
I do, and let me say this. In 2016, once I was conscious, I sold a commercial piece of property in Illinois because I used to be a car dealer, so I had a car dealer building, and the bank knew I had nationalized, and I didn't even have an ID. They wouldn't close the deal unless I went out and got a state ID, because, of course, when I first purchased the property, maybe a decade before, it was in my de jure name. I ain't gonna call it non de jure because I know the difference now, but they was considered non de jure. But it was in my de jure name, and they literally made me go and they took out taxes of the sale, and I had them right there on the back right there because I had informed them that I had a non-obligatory status. So even on the contract that I got on my copy of that, they frauded by making me pay tax. I'm like, you got to. I said, hold up, you mean I got to pay taxes, not voluntary? You got to. So, but nonetheless, I know there's no wrong or right. It's just a move forward thing on so many things,
Let me just say, you should not feel guilty about that, but you must know that there is a wrong or right to the exchanges. The wrong or right comes not with your spirit and you and your bloodline, because that's the right thing. Yes, they can say whatever they want to say about their script, their U.S. debt notes. They can say, and they're U.S. persons. Yes, if you're using their script, you can't invoke Moorish nationality using their script and not do what their script calls for. Their script calls for them to always have the upper hand. Period. That's why we have our own money. So now, nobility, yes, you can recover all. You should recover all. You must use your finance so that you get to say what's taxed and what's not taxed. See, we can't, and this is something that all Moors must know. We could not go into a fake system and start telling people what to do in that fake system that we didn't create. That's theirs. The debt belongs to them. It's debt. We have our own system now, nobility. We have our own money now. So all you have to do, and this is going to be really simple for you, nobility, all you have to do is take the paperwork that you have from start to finish, the complete paperwork from a sale, and restate each and every piece. Restate. Retitle the pages so that the title is proper. And restate each piece.
You talking about restate each piece? You talking about the agreement between me and the financier that financed it for the other person? Because they went through a finance company that purchased the property from me. Restate that document totally?
Yes, all of it. Because see, even the finance that some other one went out there and got, you're the CEO of that company as well. So that can be restated, and if you don't have that, do you have a copy of that they use?
Yeah, I do. I got every piece of property I ever sold. I knew I was conscious when I was selling property, so I knew to keep all documents.
Of course you were. Of course you were.
I knew this day had come.
Yes. And that is why we were to keep the documentation so that we could restate it when we woke up. Are you familiar with restating the documents? Have you gone back and looked at some of the congresses where we restated documents on the record?
Yes, me and a couple of local Moors, we stay in touch, and we've been restating a lot of documents, and we've been doing a lot of liens. So yes, I'm slightly familiar with it, but I definitely going to refresh myself. My nephew does most of the restating. We all take certain aspects that he don't mind the working on the computer a lot, and different things. So we all doing certain things that we think we have skill sets for. But once I tell him which documents I need restated, he'll restate them all, and I'm sure he's on the calendar as well with us. Mm-hmm.
Y'all already got it together. Then all you have to do is from start to finish, take one of those sales from start to finish and restate each and every document that you can find and that you have associated with that. Now, let me ask you a question, Nobility.
Mm-hmm.
If in the previous system, those documents were enough to make the sale go through, what is it that makes you think that when you restate them, it won't go through again? Using the same type of document, sort of.
Well, I'm exactly not familiar with it, but I do understand. Like I say, it's just a procedure. But I just thought once I put a Lodio title on the record and a proper purchase, and make the proper claim, and of course, lien, levy, and bond, whoever the residents in there. But if you think it's best, that's why I asked that question. I really want to know which direction to go. If your instructions or your advice to me is just the documents, since you already have them, your name has been on it one time, restate them and resubmit them, or put them on the public record, and then I still have to file a Lodio title because I never had that. I built the house brand new from scratch, so I don't know.
Let me tell you why I'm saying that. Because you contracted with them.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Because there was an intentional contract.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And again, the system recognized that the last system enactment recognized that procedure. Therefore, the new system will recognize that procedure again. You see what I'm saying?
Not to cut you off, but I understand. Like you said, all the other records and everything are gone, so it doesn't even matter. The first thing stated on the record in the affidavit, who can dispute it? Yeah, I truly understand. I definitely have all that paperwork. I knew one day I was going to revisit these situations, and I kept up with them. I made sure I kept up with them. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. I'm glad because I was doing the reversion of a state that I watched a couple of Todd's classes back in 16 or 17 when Todd's we did the reversion of a state, and I already had that documents done. I was just waiting on the proper time to do it because I submitted a few documents to, of course, these old kangaroo courts, and they didn't really honor them, so I was waiting on things to come around and get back under the Republic form of government where everybody's just, got things established, which they don't want to do the public notice to the people. They hinting things, but they're not really just coming out telling the people because they don't want to let people know they've been bamboozled for the last 150 years and been under democracy, like, or whatever. But nonetheless, not the battle about that. I'm glad you said I'm just going to take my time and restate every document. That way I'm not going back to a court system. I'm not going back to nothing. I'm just going to restate them all. Like you said, I'm the CEO of whatever that financial loan office was, redo all the documents. Yeah, that's going to be simple. It's quite a few, like 12, 14 documents, quite a few, but I'm definitely redoing them.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Let me add this to that, Nobility, because I'm sensing to make this clarification. Because see, some people are going to say that's not necessary. There's some parts of those sales that happened that you did not see. Okay. The parts that you did see were the legal part. You saw the legal part. The legal part is this. The legal part is in blue. For us, And the legal part is the contracts. The contracts, the inspection, the financing, the signing of the mortgage, and all of that. All of that. That's part of the legal process. Okay. Now, when Moors say, when our Grand Sheikh Taj talks about quo warranto, mandamus, restitutio, which is what we send, if you look at the top of all of our documents, it will say quo warranto, restitutio, mandamus, right here. Quo warranto, mandamus, restitutio, minimus, writ affidavit, and it can be that in our language. The point that we're making about that is our teachers were absolutely correct that needed to be, that it's not needed, it was necessary. They were correct about saying that it's necessary to do this. This shows ancient ownership. See, this is where Moors have been not connecting the dots, but that we get it today. Moors will do the lawful things, and when a legal entity, quote unquote, doesn't recognize these lawful things, the Moors think that their demonstration didn't work. So you got some Moors that were doing the lawful things, and they were disappointed because the system didn't recognize what they did according to them, so they think. But that's because they don't know to look at the lawful system. The lawful system did recognize what they did. Then there are other Moors, nobility, and I'm going to mute you because there's a lot of noise coming in the background there, nobility. Let me just start over with this. There are Moors who were doing the lawful things, mandamus, quo warranto, restitutio, just like our Grand Sheikh Taj has been teaching us. Our Grand Sheikh taught us absolutely correctly. This is ancient ownership by court action. That's what this indicates to everyone. Okay, mandamus, quo warrantos, restitutios, writs, affidavits, 8.5 by 14, paper documents, signed in red, nationality documents, and all of that. All that's saying to the ancient systems is that another heir has awakened. True heir has awakened. Right red thumbprint of the true heirs. Some Moors were doing this part and thinking that the process was finished, but the legal system said, no, there's more. This is a legal system. Those are lawful documents. These, you cannot demonstrate lawful ancient ownership by court action without these documents. And these legal documents they don't hold any significance without the lawful documents. You see? So then there were other Moors, such as Justice Yusuf L. and some of the others, who are, and I'm stating that to honor the work that he did with the legal processes. You know, the legal processes are necessary. And there were some Moors, and I'm not talking about Justice Yusuf L., I'm talking about just in general, there were other Moors who were doing the legal processes, but they had not properly stated the restitutio, quo warranto, mandamus, in writing, the lawful action in writing that must accompany these legal documents and moor them to the land. See, these lawful documents moor the legal documents to the land. They tie them to the land. They connect them to the land while they're out there on the water.
So Islam, quick, where'd the deed go? Would the deed be under the legal or the lawful?
What does your spirit say?
Well, the allodial title will be under the lawful, and the legal will be the deed.
That is exactly what I was going to say.
Okay, so all right, Islam.
See, titles are ancient. Deeds are not ancient, they're legal. You see. And so the Moors who were doing all of the right things legally had to then state who they are lawfully. As you know, we do things in threes. There's another part of this that only your spirit will tell you about, because the other part of these two that goes with these two is the spirit, the living spirit, the spirit that is life. The ancient, original, indigenous spirit. That's what makes these two pieces, parts of the puzzle work. You see? That is what government and custody and possession is. It's the three together. And yes, Justice Howard, lawful and legal is like a bird with two wings, and the spirit is the head. Because we do things in threes. The spirit is the head. Because, see, in the past, the dead were mimicking these two parts. But then when the living spirit began to speak, which is all of us, when the living spirit began to speak, and first speaking in lawful terms, then in legal. See, that's why when you nationalize, and this is how it happened with us. Yeah, we had done, we quote unquote purchased a home, a house in our sleep. But when we nationalized, that was the lawful, ancient part of us saying, wait a minute, we're here. Okay, now what do we do with this lawful, all of this law? Because we know we're the law. What do we do with it? We implement the legal system. But it must be our legal system. That's why everything has to be restated legally after you do the lawful. And the lawful speaks by affidavit. We're always going to use quo warranto, mandamus, restitutio, and etc. Because the further back you go, if you go back 50 years, or better yet, let me state it this way. When you go to Yale and Princeton and Harvard and Brown and Georgetown and University of Washington, quote unquote, law schools, this is where they were enacting this part. That's where they were enacting that part. And at the churches and the archdiocese and all of that, that's where they were enacting this part right here. And the only part that you saw was the legal part. And it was a whole bunch of documents that a lot of times we didn't even read them.
Islam, quick question. So the lawful would be on the letterhead of the Moorish letterhead, right? And then so the legal would be on whatever. Let's say you was restating the county office of the county. So it will be the office of the county. You would restate for those things, right? Correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And then so for the contracts and the signing mortgage. So we can just research, because provided that, like myself, in the no era have I, gone through the enactment of, doing a signing a mortgage or a mortgage of any kind. So I could just go online and just find one and then craft it for the statement of the process, and then just go ahead and do that. So then what would be the contract? Because if it's not the same as a mortgage.
The promissory note and things of that nature.
Okay.
Because see, remember, when people talk about a mortgage, there was a separation of the promissory note. The promissory note went one way, and the mortgage went the other way. They always separated them right at the beginning and put one on the stock market, and the other one they held until such time as that corporation decided to do whatever, bundle it with others, and do whatever else, unlawful madness. And again, this list right here is just a basic list. It's just a basic list. Let your spirit lead you, and let your study lead you on these things. We've talked about it and shown it, how to do lawful and legal together. We've shown how to do those two together. Just like you stated, Empress, these are the done by affidavit on Moorish government letterhead, always. And these right here, any legal documents, any and all, it doesn't matter what it is, whatever it is. All legal documents must have an affidavit that goes with them on Moorish government letterhead. It must have at least one, whether it be the fiduciary, whether it be your name change in judicial proclamation. It must have something, a lien, something. And then here, this is the legal, includes other documents such as, and I don't want to use that font, the bonds. And see, Moorish Sovereign Dollarium started up here. It started up here as this. Gold receipt. And down here at the legal, it's spelled in company English. See, up here it's written in ancient English. Up here is the establishment of the law. In order for the law to be enforced, it must first be established. Some would say in order for the law to be executed, it must first be established. But we don't say executed as it were. It means, see, and the words up here, all of our words mean the same regardless of jurisdiction, but this is where the words are defined according to our will. And then what we do down here is restate logos and things of that nature. We nationalize everything here at the legal level. And then above the lawful level is the spiritual level, the living, ancient, spiritual level. This is a sovereign level. So those who say that we're not sovereign have not visited the spirit realm in what they're doing in this iteration, in what they're saying. Before they said those words, they didn't visit the spirit realm and see that, yes, we are sovereign. And this is a realm in and of itself here. This is where the inspiration for the other two levels comes from. And that's why we state what we state about this particular level. Ancient knowledge, ancient systems, ancient bloodline, and birthright. Okay, so there are 3 levels, and when you reach into this first level here, this highest level, this ancient level here is the Most High in you. That's the Most High in you. So for your demonstrations, that's the best place to go first for how do I do this? Should I send it here? Should I send it there? You're not going to make any mistakes when you go with it first. Then you come to the lawful level, and our nations and governments state what the lawful things is. Our Grand Sheikh Taj told us about name change and judicial proclamation. Okay, so then the law is established. The law is established about name change, judicial proclamation, and things of that nature. And then we came and we were inspired to do liens and levies and things of that nature. Okay, our liens start at the spiritual level first, knowing our ancient sovereign authority. We implement them at the lawful level, and then if we want to throw in a one-page UCC in red that we crafted, we can do that. Let me just show you a quick example of that. Let's see. Because I did one recently. Let me see if I can find it really quickly. You don't necessarily need to see the files. Let's see. Let me stop the screen sharing for just a moment so that we can, so that I can show you what one of those looks like when it is done on just a regular, piece of paper, a regular lien. Let me see if this is one right here. Let's just take a quick look. I just recently did one. Oh, there it is. I see one. That's an actual lien itself. This, I believe, is the lien form. Let's see, what did I do it for? I did it for here it is. So let me share my screen and show you really quickly. When we do a lien from the company perspective, this is what it looks like. Now this is a UCC form. Just one moment. Let me make sure you can see it.
We see it.
Okay, good. And this is just a one-page. It just looks like the UCC forms, except we do our own. We craft our own. We restate our own. And I did this as a matter of restating the legal process. Okay. Property covered, all communication devices, equipment, accessories, plans, networks, and all other property is in United States Trust. And again, when we talk about the United States, we're talking about the restated United States that we have restated because we were actually the initial states united that were copied, mimicked rather, by the frauds. Okay, so we just restated that, and here it is. So And again, whenever you're putting United States and things of that nature, you can put your mailing location, or you can use this one. It's up to you. Let your spirit lead you. We just will for you to know that our resources, we are all one with the resources. So for those Moors who choose to do it that way, you can, or you can put your mailing location there. And again, if you'll notice, we spelled everything out. We don't use any abbreviations and things of that nature on ours. The debtor had these. Okay, so let me clarify that we're not claiming to be the chiefs of a debtor corporation. Our Verizon is everything spelled out. Okay, and so this is how we did that. For every legal form or action that we have a lawful statement of that. You know, we do our liens, and then we did a legal version of it, so that the system, the legal system, would recognize the liens. And these could have been blue. You know, we could have made that blue if we chose to make it blue. Does this seem like a lot of paper? Yes, it does seem like a lot to some people. But let me state this. You won't need a 9-to-5 job when you're governing properly. When you're using your own finance. And so all you have time to do is govern your estate. Your estate. Islam.
So, question concerning this Universal Commercial Code restatement document. I've seen a few other ones that has been done. One you've done, you taken just Google it, and then you know how you edit it from the PDF and all of that. So this is instead of, or this is the new and improved?
This is one that new and improved. But again, hear me when I say that, Empress, do it how you're led to do it, but just make sure you restate it.
Oh, yes, definitely.
You know, don't leave it as is. Restate it according to what the Spirit says to you. And in this case, I did it this way because there was, I had already done a lot with regard to this demonstration. I wanted to add, I willed to add this piece to it to make everything match. I wanted everything to match. I wanted there to be a company document to match the lien that we did, so that just like we just stated here, so that there would be a lawful lien on our letterhead, and then there would be a legal lien that the system will recognize. And that's why we did it that way. You know. Islam.
In our United Territories, we leaned and levied, and now we have the bonds, the de facto court, pretending they're the court. So now we're the court. We did the logo, made the change of the logo, cracked up the header, and now we're the head magistrate, if you would, or the head justice.
Yes.
In the de jure, not de facto, de jure. I just want to add that.
Well, you are not de facto. You are the fact and the truth.
Right, correct. So from that de jure court, we make the final judgment, and we send it down to their subjects. You can do it by mail, delivery.
Yes.
You deliver it yourself, and the subjects receive it, and they do as commanded.
Yes.
I just want to put that in there too as well, Islam.
Yes, and we generally stamp ours with the court stamps, and you've seen King County Superior Court stamps. At first, we were going down there to the building and stamping everything with the King County Superior Court stamp, you know, the judge's stamp. And after a while, the ancestor said, you don't have to keep going down there. Just make your own stamp, because it's you're the justices anyway. Because we can go down there and stamp everything we have. The ancestor said, that's yours anyway. That stamp belongs to you. That's why it was out there. So we put the stamps And we'll just show an example of one of those stamps. Let me see. Does this one have it? This is a lien. Oh, there it is. So these are some of the stamps from the court here. Received, recorded, and filed, Judge's Mailroom, King County Superior Court, the 2023, May 25th at 3:33 p.m. So these are the stamps that we're referring to. So wherever you're the head justice, which is everywhere, on the bottom of your affidavits, you can stamp whatever court. Just go into Word or wherever and make the stamp for you, create the stamp for you, coin the stamp. And we had gone around to all the buildings and structures and got the stamps and stamped everything. And after a while, the ancestors said, okay, you don't have to keep running around and around and around and around. You're the head magistrate. Make a stamp. So we made stamps that look exactly like that, except that we autograph our own. And we have it state what we intend for it to state. And then we send it. This is the seal for the Supreme Court for the United States. That's this seal here. The seal of the Moorish American Consulate, which we absolutely just are honored that Justice Shaleigh Morbey did those. And then our seal here, the Moorish National Republic Federal Government in ancient English. And then we have our other stamps and seals and things that we have nationalized and created ourselves. So this might seem like a lot of work, but just let the Spirit lead you. And let me say this, if you don't have all of this stuff, you can screenshot this right here and copy and paste it onto your paper, and it's done. Make it short for yourself. The work is already done. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. Just copy and paste right here what you see on the screen. I'll even make it bigger so that you can see how to do these stamps and seals and things. These stamps and seals they're on the documents and things that are under the videos on YouTube at Light Tajiri Bay channel. Okay. And again, if you don't have to have every single solitary thing that we've done, we let the Spirit lead us, and the Spirit just kept filling in the blanks and filling. It was a lot of stuff that the ancestors gave us. Just ensure that first you're speaking by court action, and your Spirit will tell you how to do the rest as you go. We all must demonstrate. And you must demonstrate right where you are with whatever information you have. You start there. Start there demonstrating. And as you go, your Spirit will fill in. Your Spirit will say, okay, cover this part over here. Do this. Put this right here. Collect that. Restate this. Restate that emblem and that seal and so on and so forth. There's no seal and no logo that we cannot restate. No matter what company it is, no matter whether it's claiming to be a treasury, a legal, whatever, none of that is off limits. We must restate all of that. Everything must be restated so that it can fit in our system. The seals and things are they're under each video on YouTube, Islam. Are there any other questions, comments, wisdom?
Islam, I do have a question.
Yes, Islam Empress.
Do you have a copy of the black stamp that you were using for the post office to activate the post office, if that makes sense? The two-cent stamp.
I don't have a copy of that, but what I started doing is using my right red thumbprint instead of the 2-cent stamp.
I saw that, and then I saw both, so I was just wondering. Okay.
Yeah, because the Spirit said that that's the ultimate seal up in that corner in terms of postmaster duties.
Yes.
And that's on the lawful side here. And that's why that's another reason why the ancestors, and we're not saying that the 2-cent stamp is wrong. What we're saying is that the ancestors started putting things for us in the proper place. So the ancestors were saying on your lawful documents, it's not necessary to use any of that. Lawful documents are considered blood documents. That's why they're in red. And blood documents, you use all natural everything for those. And that's why the ancestors had us to change a few things and alter a few things on those documents. Your right red thumbprint is the highest. The 2-cent stamp can be used on a legal document. It can definitely be used on a legal document. And again, if you're using 2-cent stamps on your lawful documents, the ancestors will tell you how to navigate that further as you go along. We're rising in all of our knowledge. We're rising in competence. We're rising in process. The ancestors are making it so that all of our processes are honored. First in the spirit realm. Because, see, the spirit realm is where you are recognized first. Then, and that's the reason why the realms do, the dead realm will not mix over and try to usurp and do a coup d'etat on the spirit realm. Okay, what they did was, again, restate and then get us to agree to what they restated. Or not restated, revised. They didn't restate, they revised in their enactment. They made up some scripts that look very similar, but were not exact. And they said, hey, Moors, do you agree with this contract? Do you agree that this is a birth certificate for the baby, mother? And we said, in the enactment, our mother said, yes.
Islam.
May
I share my screen with you? I want to share a postage that was returned. I had, out of the 9 that I sent out, only 1 came back.
Yes.
Just 1. But it's interesting what they put on here, and I suspect that I didn't do anything incorrect because of the other 8, and they were all done at the same time, identical. Okay? So what they put on here is a big, gigantic thing: invalid, void, invalid postage, void, tax per Q, not admitted. And they plastered that all, refused, return to sender. Okay, with arrows pointing.
They rip it up a little bit and dirt and damage it a little bit when they get through that. Sometimes.
Well, they wanted to make sure you weren't going to try to send it back again. Okay. Right. And this was going to Michigan governor, or the actor, the subject doing business as, whatever, in the office of. That's the way I had it addressed. I had it subject Gretchen Whitmer, State of Michigan Corporation, and then the P.O. box. And they sent it back. But the interesting thing, they put all this language, big, a bunch of jumbo wumbo, about tax paid per Q is not allowed, and they even put a picture of somebody with a thumbprint on it.
Can we see it?
Hold on for a second.
You should see the prompt, Noble Phoenix, to share the screen.
I do. I see it now. Okay. So hopefully you guys can see my screen. Can you see it now?
Yes, we can. Yes.
There we go. How about that?
Yes, that's better.
Islam. Oh, man,
they went to town, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. Yes, they did.
They went to town
to make a point.
Never seen nothing this stubborn.
That's the worst I've seen.
That's
the worst I've seen too.
well.
Yes.
And the funny thing is, like I said, when I sent this out, there were 9, 10 other ones. One got was misaddressed as far as the mailing address. That was an error on my part. I get that one.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the only other one that came back. All the rest went through and they got delivered.
Okay, so we see what the issue is right away.
Oh.
I would like, is there anyone else who would like to state what they feel that the issue is? Let me just look at it a little closer too, just to be sure.
Can you zoom in a little more? Just a little click.
Make it a little bigger.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
Now, mind you, all the other ones are the exact same format.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't get a return.
Nope, not one.
That's interesting.
That's to make a point to clear up. In other words, that's to let you know that this is a test. And yes, they'll let, and we've stated this before, they'll let some things go through, but when it's time for you to perfect what you're doing, they'll say, okay, now perfect this.
Islam,
Empress.
does it have something to do with the natural area code on the commercial address up there?
You're talking about in the corner up there?
On the return address. Does it have anything to do with that being there?
Didn't have.
I can't see the return address.
Or should it be?
I can see it's got the natural area code expressed properly.
Yeah,
If you're on your phone, you could make it bigger, like you do on, iPhone or whatever. It doesn't.
Where's the receiver set is covered? The one is getting received. Where's that at?
Yeah. Can you make that green return receipt with the address down there? Can you make that a little bigger, Noble Phoenix?
Gretchen.
But that's in black.
So is it the .o?
Okay, but remember, hold on, before y'all jump all over this. Remember,
PO box.
Hold on, everybody. They don't see it stayed with me.
Right. It's a game show.
Right. It's a game show. When I addressed it, it was in blue, not in black.
Islam, did you spell post office out, or did you do the P.O. box?
No, it's spelled out. It's spelled out.
You can send certified mail to a P.O. box?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes.
So you saying they circumvented that?
Noble Phoenix.
Go ahead.
Okay. Because based on that address that you have there for Gretchen Whitmer, that is the problem. Yeah. But you're saying that you did it that way on there, but you didn't do it that way initially on here. Because that needs to be.
I'm going back to look at my original mail. I got a copy of that here somewhere. I just got to go to my phone real quick.
Yeah. Because that is the problem.
Yeah.
What Empress Angel pointed out, that's the problem.
Yeah.
What, that is in black?
No, P.O. should be spelled out. Post office box.
Here's the thing.
Okay.
It says not valid postage, return for postage.
Refuse.
That's gonna be based on. That's not. If you use even one thing, if even one thing is not perfected on there, they can then say, okay, they did something corporate. She is not a subject in their system. That's another thing.
Right.
In their system, she is acting as a governor. So when they see things like that and it's got their P.O. box on it, then they're going to be like, oh, no, she's not a subject. That's the governor, which is a lie.
But of
So you
course,
can't. So there's a mixing. There's an amalgamation in the addressing.
yes, because if it's then you are claiming the fiat system.
Yep.
They then can tell you what to do because you're actually incompetent in their eyes.
Mm-hmm.
And
it looks like it's in black.
Yeah, it's so, but again, Howard, just as a reminder, that green ticket does not go through the system. That stays with me as the postmaster.
Yes, my
Okay,
mistake.
so-
You're right.
They never see that. That's why it's stamped instead of having their postal stamp on it. Okay, and computerized or digitized. That's why you have it handwritten.
Yours isn't handwritten. Yours is typed.
It's handwritten with a stamp on it.
Well, where's your green card? If we could see that.
Right, because that will affirm what we're stating about that address there.
Yeah, that's the piece. We all just researching. We're looking over to make sure.
This didn't have a green card on it, by the way.
Oh,
well, then
really?
that's the problem.
Yeah,
that's the problem.
I did not use a green card with this particular one. I had run out temporarily.
Wait a minute. Wait. Cause, yeah, that is it. But let me ask you: did you put a green card on the ones that went through?
No, I ran out of 2 of them, the last 2. And
they're letting you know that the process is not complete according to what we put on the public record.
Didn't have a green card still got delivered.
It's a test. They're just letting you know.
Yeah. We'll let you pass. This will get passed.
We're gonna let these pass. We're gonna let this pass, but we're gonna still let you know that the process it must be complete every time to perfect the process.
Islam, because according to the post office you violated the rules concerning the signing of the green card, because it must have 3 parts. It has to have the certified number tracking on the thing. It has to have
because there is nothing to sign here. What green card? There is no green card to be signed.
Just hold on a minute, please.
There is no green card to be signed.
Just a moment. There should be.
Yeah.
Is what she's saying.
Okay, you got to say that though.
But they didn't indicate that at all.
Well, she was trying to say it.
We're talking about the postage.
But
the green card.
Of course.
Okay, so you trying to say that you have to have a green return receipt card every time you send certified mail?
Yes, because Islam, that part, yes, indeed, because that is that's the completion of the banking, because it has for that process to be fulfilled, it has to be autographed that they received this process, because this whole banking, this is a banking process, this whole thing right here. So, and it states that Nate was reading it just the other day about if they who is in the office of the post office and even the mail carriers don't get that green card signed, you have right, according to their rules and their handbook manual, to enact the post office that we are, the postmaster has the right to go and do a whole investigation and issue monetary value for the value of the package. So they have.
Okay.
So the fact that there's no green card presented for this package is in quote unquote violation of the process. That it is.
Islam. And may I just add in affirmation of all that has been stated.
Okay.
That the green card does invoke permit number G10, which is a part of the trust.
I was just going to say that. I was just going to say that. Yes, right there. That's a trust number. You're moving from trust to trust. Or from your trust.
And Noble Phoenix, first and foremost, let me thank you so much for bringing this up, because it happens sometimes and Moors think all kinds of thinking about it. But we must know and state that, The process that we put on the public record says that the green card must be with it. So the post office is actually honoring what we stated.
Okay, there's the permit G10. I see that on the back now.
Yeah, that's nothing wrong with his tax book here. I don't see anything wrong with it.
There is something wrong with it. It's not complete. And then the address, we still have not, Noble Phoenix, can you see? Because if and we'll just say this, even if you don't find it, if the address looked like this address that's on this certified mail receipt in terms of the P.O. and the subject,
yes, then that would have messed it up.
That would have messed it up because that's not what the Moors put on the public record as the process.
Okay, well, then the error is mine. The error is mine.
You're the gods. They can't do anything when God does things. They have to do what God says to do. You're the God of this process.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, that's good to know. So this is a good lesson for everybody. So
it is.
We won't make these mistakes. We just make all new ones if we ever do any more at all. But hopefully we'll get it perfected next time.
Behold, I make all things new. That's us.
Yes. Yeah. And let me say this about that. It is very, very important that each and every Moor perfect this process. Because from the ancestral perspective, this process is one of the first open door accesses to the estate, because we're all going to be doing business, and getting a process like this perfected is going to allow you to send things all over the place, even in business.
Indeed.
So don't give up on the process, perfect it.
Well, that's why I brought it up, because I mean that came back the beginning of the month, around the 8th or 10th of January, and I've been meaning to bring it up.
Thank you for that.
Yep, and thanks for sharing, everybody.
Yeah, lots of more. A lot of times they do the process, and when something like this comes back, they think that their face has been slapped by the post office when they're the post office.
Right.
And we're saying we've been a little bit spoiled, where things don't go our way a little bit, and we just we need to just break on down.
This is happening to me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, God. Yeah. Right. They're messing up. We're going to fire them. We're going to put them in prison. Guantanamo Bay.
Yeah.
But stop it. My parcel's here. What's up? What's up with you?
You know what? I can tell you what happened. More than likely, because I was doing so many of these at one time with the labels, and all the rest of them had street addresses. And when that one came through, it was an automatic old habit P.O. box. Yeah, yep, and that's right. Keep on going.
Yeah.
And even the P.O. there's no dot, second dot. So not only was it not spelled out, but even the P.O. I left the dots out. You see what I'm saying? Because I was just in a hurry. All right. And when I saw that one in black, I remember having a conversation with Howard. Make sure you change those to blue. So I went back and changed all the labels, but I didn't see that, the P.O. box. But I changed them all to blue as well. Okay?
Yeah.
And then you just brought out something else. Yeah, well, that's a good point. In their system, they're not the subject, even though they are. So, but on my letter, I may address them as subject, okay, because I've levied them. But on the envelope, okay, yeah, I'll leave it as Gretchen Sutton, doing business or acting as governor.
No.
The ancestors said not one jot and not one tittle or title can be changed in what we're doing in the Word of God. In the Word of God. So spelling everything out and putting everything in blue, and ensuring that if you're sending anything to them, that is properly addressed, even down to the one little period and one little, because God is perfect. God is perfect. And let me say this, the system is really what sent it back. It wasn't really they cannot let it go through if the system rejects it.
Simplicity. You know, I'm laughing. I wasn't laughing at you because I've done this before. I was laughing at myself months ago. In fact, I brought that up to Sister Light. I said, I put all our seals on. I've packed it with seals on top of seals. We were all
in the legal system.
Right. They sending my stuff to other continent and everything. Like, what's my stuff not getting delivered here? So out of the 13 envelopes, don't feel bad. 6 only went through. I got to retrieve the other 6 months ago stuff.
Listen, we've been through that too.
Yeah.
Back in 2018 and 2019.
Ooh.
When we were perfecting the process, one time we sent some oversized envelopes out, and we sent out about 13 oversized envelopes, and they had like thick 40 and 50 page liens in them. And the subjects in the Office of Post Office gathered all of them up, and they didn't just, knock on the door and hand them back. They knocked on the door and they dropped them right there, and you could hear something go boom like that on the front porch, and I'm like, what is going on out there? And they had just dropped all the packages there, and she didn't even wait for me to open the door. This was back in some years back when we were first perfecting this mailing process. So we've been through it, Noble Phoenix. We posted some, that one we posted. I think we posted that one on social media at the time because we were on Facebook.
Now, what about registered mail?
Registered mail, it just must be restated the same way we restate everything else and spell everything out.
No, I'm asking in terms of our government process. Is that supposed to work with registered mail?
It does, yes.
Can you one day pull that sample up and show us? Because I know it's not complicated.
It's really not. It's just a matter of restating it, just like we do everything else. Making sure you spell everything out, no matter where it's going, you spell everything out, and all of that. Because see, the post office is universally, the post office is of commonalities. Okay, and that just means that no matter what language you're writing in, no matter any of that, the post office, as long as the people agree on what goes through the post office will comply. It will comply, but we must agree. And once we agree, which we have, then the system does what it does in terms of adjusting to our will, and then everything that comes after that must be in agreement with what we put on the public record. That's how all law works. Is the systems do what we tell it to do once we all agree.
Islam,
Emperor.
Reference to sending boxes. Okay. Same thing applies.
Yes, I sent a box of sea salt to Empress Aisha. It was a box, and I used this same process, and it went through.
When you are wrapping, I think there are some rules concerning proper wrapping. Would it be advisable if one could use gray tape versus clear tape?
Here's my, what does your spirit say?
Well, it was rejected for the gray tape.
Yeah.
And I could not justify that. Okay. I said, okay, I'm going to send it via clear tape, more transparent, if you will. Although you could clearly see all pieces and parts that were put on it in order to qualify it to be sent properly.
So tape is incidental. If they returned it, they might have blamed it on the tape, but there's something else going on. Tape, because tape is not even, that's not a deal breaker. It's not even a part of the process, as it were.
Mm-hmm.
So, however, if your spirit is saying it was the tape, then change it because your spirit said so. And here's the thing, even with things like that, our spirit knows that there's a way to perfect the things that we're doing to make it look and reflect, not reflect, but to give the proper appearance that this is coming from the government. So whenever I'm sending things out, I send them out knowing that when people see it, they're going to see that this is the government speaking. So I don't handwrite anything out like that, on the outside of the envelopes. I don't handwrite anything out. Everything is typed out and everything is done in a particular order. And they know it's from the government, so I don't have any problems with the stuff going back and forth. Yeah. Islam, Empress.
Okay, so excuse my lack of knowledge on this, but I hear you guys are asking, where is the green card?
Talk up a little bit. I can't hear.
Okay, so I'm hearing a question was asked a couple of times. Where is the green card to accompany everything? Now, what green card? I mean, when I was thinking green card, I was thinking the registration card. But then, based on the conversation, just that went on, and that wasn't it. What green card?
It's this green card right here, Empress. Can you see this right here?
Oh,
you gotta stop sharing.
Registration.
Yeah, this card.
Okay. So that goes along with.
Yes.
Mail.
Yes.
Okay.
You peel these off and you put, for example, what we do is we put our typed out mailing location for here on here. Let's say if it's the United States Travel and Transportation Ministry, we put that on here, and then we put the mailing location that is going to, usually is subjects in the office of, going to wherever they're going to, and then right here we put the little strip of the tracking number here, and then we attach it to the outside on the back of the envelope.
Okay, thank you.
Islam.
Islam.
Islam, Empress.
I just wanted to, going back to, let me make sure everyone was finished. Sorry, I may have jumped in on you there, but looking at that envelope, tax per sou, the term that was on there. Am I the only one curious as to want to find out what that means? Because that was the reason why they stamped that on the envelope.
Taxe per Q is a French term, and
I'm going to read what it says here.
Okay, go ahead, Empress.
Hang on, I've lost it now. Tax per Q is a means for foreign postal administrations to acknowledge they identified a short-paid mail item before it left the originating country.
And see, we don't call it taxe per Q because the process that we use is not taxe per Q. Taxe per Q is when something is going from one foreign place to another foreign place, and we're not foreign on our own land. So when we first nationalized back in 2017, 2018, people were saying taxe per Q, use that because they're foreign. We get it. But since we have submitted them to our authority, they're not foreign anymore. Now they're subjects, they're domestic subjects. And so we don't use taxe per Q as a process, because there is a process whereby mail crosses borders using the taxe per Q. However, we're not taxed, so that process did not resonate in our spirit anyway when we were first.
Okay, I've never heard of it. I just wanted to look it up and see what it meant. And what it says also is, well, when everything's in order and alignment, no, they're not foreign. But the piece of mail that was coming through was a kind of not sure if it was foreign or not.
Right.
And that was what. So I just wanted to bring that piece up because I'd never heard of the term before. And so it made sense.
Ironically, I did use tax APQ for years prior to 2018.
Me too.
I stopped around 2018, 2019.
Yeah.
But I used it for years and thousands of pieces of mail.
Yeah. Me too. Earl, me. Yeah.
Priority mail. I used it all.
Yeah.
Until the Moors put a process on the public record for our mailings. That was the time we did the video on the mailing process.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying. Once we speak on the public record and we all agree on the public record in the majority, then the system is going to do what we tell it to do. It will do it. Mm-hmm.
That piece of mail actually sent the system into a bit of a tailspin.
It did.
Really?
It did, because it was trying to determine if it was a cross-border situation or what. But it's not cross-border if she's a subject. However, if there's it makes the system go crazy.
It was something else, and so it makes complete sense. Yeah.
It was trying to determine, is it foreign or not? What is it?
So when you say system, I just want to, I'm actually talking to the other people here, the 43 people here, that may not understand that. When you say system, most people don't even know we're referencing to an AI system. A computer system, but though they're humans and they're working, if the AI system within the post office says it rejects it, and then they look at, well, the computer said it's rejected, so we got to send this back. The computer even says it, why it's rejecting it, and then the humans put the proper label or the proper narrative on the envelope, send it back to me, you, Phoenix, Earl, Sasha, or whoever. Yes. Is that what it's talking about?
Yes.
Okay, now it's clear on the basic level for everybody to understand this. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that clarification, Nobility, because that's so important. Everyone must know that when you go to someplace like that, what's the first thing they do with the package? They scan it. They scan it. Every package is scanned. The labels are scanned and the envelopes are scanned. And the system will say, accepted, rejected, this is why, etc. And we program the system with the law. When we put a law on the public record, the system says, the Moors have given the law, this is what we're doing.
I always wonder, is there somebody who's hearing what we're saying and actually taking action and putting it in the system? Somebody, look, the machine ain't listening and they're programming itself. So somebody doing something behind the damn scenes. I really want to know who that is. I ain't know nobody either. Nobody is the all-capital name.
Hold it. The computer, which is a phone, it's a transmitter and the receiver. I get information back. I'm like, wait a minute. I thought my phone was off. It literally can hear what we're talking about. It is me what I'm talking about. That's AI.
Yeah.
It's not stuff, though.
Remember, this is a matrix that we're programming. Remember that. That's first and foremost. Edward Snowden told everyone that.
Yes.
Really?
I remember that years ago.
Islam. Not only that, I'm not sure if anyone has seen like the videos. All of them now have the transcripts.
Yes.
If you click on it, it has the transcript.
I saw that.
Even
and
the
they
languages.
purposefully misspell and do all of that stuff, which we don't care about that because it's our word.
They misspell a lot, but that's okay.
But I do have one quick question. Do we weigh the package or the envelopes before we mail them off just so we can deduct how much it costs? I know you mentioned that, and I didn't really hear fully how it works, what account to deduct it from.
Did sister say cost?
No, we just mail. We don't have to for proper accounting.
What is it that you're mailing? Is it envelopes?
Yeah, just the envelopes to.
So according to the system, if the envelope is of a certain thickness, it doesn't need to be weighed.
Oh, okay. But just for proper accounting, do we have to deduct off of a certain account or a certain trust?
Proper accounting is the system.
Okay.
The system is the accounting mechanism. And that's why we had to put our own system and our own money in place so that the system can go about doing what it's there for.
Okay.
Islam.
Okay, Islam.
Back to what Noble Phoenix was asking about who's hearing all of this. Who's hearing all of this? Look up the word public.
Ooh.
Look up the word public.
Ooh.
Look up what a public record is. Because sitting, on these platforms is a public. That's why we keep stating this is a public platform. This is a public platform.
Yes.
That's who's listening. It's a system. Not one word gets past the system. Not one. And the beauty of that is that as long as the living keep speaking, we supersede the system. The living.
So the system, I just heard what you said. I had to say something. So the system is our servant.
Yes. Always.
In layman's terms, for those 42 people listening, the system is our servant, not the other way around. There's a co-relationship between us and the servant.
It's not even a co-relationship. It's a master and servant.
Okay, thank you. That's even an upgrade, better definition. I like that one.
And see, what happened was there was a third-party interloper pretending to be either the system or the humans. They was trying to play both sides back in the day.
So that's all in connection with pretending they're the court, but we're really the court. It's the same thing. They're the third-party interlopers pretending to be the court, meaning the bank, because the court is a bank. Would you please approach the bench? A bench means bank. Thank you.
And they don't say come to the bench. They say approach. Approach means you never get there. You're approaching. Hadn't got there yet, though. But we say
also called water. Excuse me. It's also called the Watergate. So once you cross that threshold, then you're in your jurisdiction. When you go up to the
bar.
Bar, yeah.
And that's why we don't go. We send the word straight from our authority, our standing bench.
Islam, and that is everywhere.
Everywhere, at earth and in heaven, we send the law.
I have the definition for public, by the way.
Yes, let us hear it. No, Bill.
Bring it. Yes.
It's okay. First of all, there's a noun, and then there's an adjective use. Let's deal with the noun first. The whole body politic, or the aggregate of the citizens of a state, a nation, or municipality. The inhabitants of a state, county, or community. In one sense, it's every body, accordingly, the body of the people at large, the community at large, without reference to the geographical limits of any corporation like a city, town, county, the people. In another sense, the word does not mean all the people, nor most of the people, nor very many of the people of a place, but so many of them as distinguishes them from a few. Accordingly, it has been defined or employed as meaning the inhabitants of a particular place, all the inhabitants of a particular place, the people of the neighborhood, also a part of the inhabitants of a community. So that's as a noun. Okay.
The first part that you read, read that first, the first part of that, the first part that you read. Something
Okay.
About,
okay, the whole body politic,
mm-hmm.
or the aggregate of the citizens of a state, of a nation, or a municipality. The inhabitants of a state, county, or community. In one sense, it's everybody, and accordingly, the body of the people at large, the community at large, without reference to the geographical limits of any corporation like a city, town, or county, the people, period. You want me to read some more?
Okay, yes, go if you choose to. It's up to you.
I choose to, it's fine. In another sense, the word does not mean all the people, nor most of the people, nor very many of the people of a place, but so many of them as contradistinguishes them from a few of the people, in other words. Accordingly, it has been defined or employed as meaning the inhabitants of a particular place, all the inhabitants of a particular place, the people of the neighborhood, also a part of the inhabitants of a community, period.
So the municipality, without reference to a geographical location, what that's saying, nobility, is that it doesn't even matter where they are. It's the jurisdiction that determines that a corporation can be listening, an apparatus or a system in that jurisdiction can hear. Some of the people, all the people, or a municipality, which is a system. A municipality is a system without reference to geographical location, because the geographical location is not really the issue. We see that. It is actually the jurisdiction that determines who can hear and what system is being demonstrated. So yes, our words are heard out in the system that is called the atmosphere, but our words are also heard from all of these instruments and everything that's going on out here, all of that. But they had to tell you first that your phone can hear, and that your computer can hear, and your camera can hear, and your and the light switches can hear, and all of that stuff. They had to tell you first so that you would know that not one word slips past the system. And not even intentions slip past the spiritual system. That's why people learn really quickly to keep their intentions pure as they're doing the things they're doing, because our system.
This is why it also mentions there's no hiding place.
There's no hiding place.
Nothing.
Under the
sun. It doesn't matter.
Under the sun, period.
None.
See, let me tell you, our system, the system would prefer that you just honorably state what you're going to do and then do it, instead of saying one thing and meaning something else, because the system won't acknowledge that. It, just like with the envelope, it does not acknowledge the two things trying to be one when it's not one. They're not. The living and the dead, they don't, light and dark they don't work together.
That's facts.
They cannot dwell together. They are subjects, and the system says so because we said so.
Facts.
See, people who think that things don't work, they just don't know the dynamics. They don't realize the dynamics of their power. You know, so when if things come back like that more, don't let that stop you. Don't let it deter you. Look at your part because you're the God of the whole system. You tell the system what to do, and then the system will give you back whatever it is that you said. See, that's the difference between a Babylonian system and a true system. The Babylonian system was when the third-party interlopers came in with a face, a body, and generally a tail, saying things that sounded just like what we were saying, except they were not the living. That was Babylon, babbling back to you what they heard, but giving it different meaning. Whereas our system, we plug in the meanings, we plug in the words, and we plug in the spirit. And the system will do nothing but honor that all day, every day, all night, every night. It just honors what we state. Because we've all decided to come together and say, this is what we want our system to say, this is what we want our system to do, or will for our system to do. Not want, will. That's the difference between those who want and those who will. Those who want sit back and just want, and they just, ooh, I wish I had this. Ooh, I want that. Ooh. No, the system honors those who will.
Islam, which brings everything right back to the word.
Yes.
Back and forth. I mean, it's however we look at it, our actions are the words.
Yes.
In action. I mean, so it all goes back to the word.
Meeting and governing and coming together, that's will.
That's will. And that's the wheel.
Yes.
And that's the wheel that we wield and turn the wheel.
Yes.
It's all the same. That's the power.
Yes. Indeed.
Yeah.
Indeed it is. Also, and this is not anything that you have to do more, but whenever we're sending things out like that, we usually even we inject our magic into the numbers. For example, these numbers right here, if you'll notice, all of these numbers have 3 9s in them. Every last one of them has 3 9s in them. 3 9s or 9s and 6s. This has 2 9s, 1 6, and 2 more 9s, and so on and so forth. It's not necessary for you to do that, but we do it just to continue to because we know every little letter, every little number is under our command. Islam. So, Islam nobility.
The living born, action born, and payment born. Could you please send that back to me on a Word document?
Can someone send him, Noble Kansu, the bond in a Word document? I don't have Word on my computer, Nobility. I have WordPad. That's what I've been using, which is different from Word. But is there someone here who has Word that can send the bid bond, payment bond, and action bond to Noble Kansu? Islam.
I can do it.
Thank you so much.
Let me find his email on the screen.
Okay. Yeah. Who's that volunteered?
This is Earl Lloyd.
Thank you so much, Noble Earl, Emperor. We thank you for that.
Pleasure. Let me see his, what is your, I didn't see him on the screen here.
Okay, just a moment. Noble, you can go to attendees down at the bottom of your screen. If you hit attendees, his information will pop up there. Islam. Thank you for that, Noble Emperor Earl. Mm-hmm. All right, we have Noble Earl. Were you able to find his?
No. If he would just send me a test, and I will oblige.
Islam. Can you inbox him, Noble Kansu? Can you inbox Noble Earl your email address?
I think I can do that. 1 second. Okay. I put it in the come on. I put it in the chat.
Islam.
Okay.
Thank you, Nobility. Do you see it there, Justice Earl?
I do not.
There it is.
Okay, I see it. I see it now.
Islam.
Okay, very good.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Islam. So we, some of the Moors got tired a little early today. We've gone a little ways. I don't know what our ancestors are doing in terms of the time that because our Congresses seem like they're getting longer in some aspects. But our ancestors know what they're doing. I trust them. I know that they are unifying us energetically, and so I don't try to fight that anymore. And not really fight it, but I was trying to keep things to under 2 hours for our Congresses, but it doesn't work out. So I trust our ancestors with us, so I know they know what they're doing. With that being stated, we will meet again on Thursday at 7 p.m. And again, we're going to it is our intention to have sometime soon to have the presentment ready where you can start using your Dollarium to purchase things. We want to have that presentment for you in the coming days and weeks. That's our intention, so bear with us as we work through that part. With that being stated, peace and grand rising to the sovereign,
Islam,
indigenous, natural, divine heirs. Islam.
Peace and energy.
Peace and grand rising.
That's it. One question. Are you going to do that premiere again, like you did on Friday night? Are you going to do that again?
Peace and grand rising.
Thank you. Peace and grand rising.
Thank you.
Islam, love and light, everyone. I love you, light.
Thank you.
Justice, did you hear me? Justice.
And thank you again for everything.
Thank you.
Islam.
Justice, did you hear my question? Justice, did you hear my question?
I did not.
Are you going to do that premiere again like you did Friday night?
Premiere.
It was the premiere of the video. I noticed it came on at it was like 10 o'clock Eastern sometime, and it was premiering, and I said, oh, that's something different.
We've actually premiered all of them.
Okay. I never noticed.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
We premiere them, and this one will premiere as well. It'll probably premiere tomorrow.
Okay.
Islam.
Peace and grand rising.
Peace and grand rising.
Light?
Yes, Islam.
Right. I apologize for catching it so late. About a month ago, so we were speaking about the Dollarium, and I never got the full email of all the Dollarium. I just got the lower dimensions, and I emailed out. It came up like a month ago. We were speaking about it. I sent the email to the government to ask for a copy of it. Can you have someone send me a copy of the Dollarium? Because I only have the small numbers, dimensions.
On our next Congress,
Rahman Siraki Bey, yeah.
If you would state that while the heirs are here and they can send it to you, is there an heir on here who can forward that to him?
I'll state it next week. I will.
It's on Thursday while everyone is here, and we'll get it to you.
Islam.
And I want to thank you for clearing that up about the government. I tell you, I really thought that they had neglected to do something, but in hindsight, it was just an acquiescence. We failed to do our job. So
yes, we're the gods. Yes, when we're right, everything is right, and when we're in wrongness, you see what happens. Yeah. Empress, were you going to send that to him, Empress?
Yes. If he would like to put his email in the chat, I will send that within 24 hours.
Okay, let me see if I get to the chat right quick. I always just go through the thing, the chat. Let me see. How can I get to it? Okay.
Empress.
Okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Light.
If you'll just put it in the chat, she can get it, your email address in the chat, unless you just want to tell it to her.
Yeah, it would be better if the noble would put it in the chat and I'll screenshot it, and because I'm not able to write anything down right now.
Okay.
Are you able to do that, Noble, or?
Yeah, I'm looking at it. I've never used the chat. Honestly, I just go on through my phone. I never really comment on the chat. I see somebody else speaking. Okay, I see this 662 number. Is that you speaking?
No, this is Peter.
Is that Peter EGL?
Yes.
Okay, I just texted him. I'm gonna send you a private message. Thank you, sir.
Actually, you can send it to Empress Karima.
Okay, let me take another look back.
Oh, well, that hold on. I don't think that'll be the. Oh yeah, that's no. The email that's showing there is not a good email. What I'm stating is if you can put your email in the chat.
Well, if I put it in a text, not a private text, everybody will see it. I'd rather prefer send it to someone directly.
Okay, you can.
Are you able to
if you can
put your email in the chat and send it to me, and that would be Empress Karima. So
yes.
If you'll go down in the chat and where it says everyone, click on that that drop down symbol there, and then find me. And it's Empress Karima is who you're looking for.
Empress Kalina. Kalina Bay?
Karima, yes.
Oh, Empress Kalima Bay. Okay, great. Thank you. I appreciate that very much. Thank you.
Do you see it there?
Gratitude.
Yeah, I'm trying to send a message. And I apologize about this because I tell you, I never. Okay, I see it. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I just sent my my email to you.
Islam.